Hey guys, this is EdRoh. Today we are going to be building a complete full stack React e-commerce application from scratch. We are going to be using JavaScript and React, Material UI for styling, Redux Toolkit for state management, Stripe for payment, Strapi for backend, and React Formik for form and validation. In this completed application, we are going to be creating this stunning landing page with a carousel slideshow, a products list section with different types of filtering options, an email section to subscribe, and a footer. And from here, we can go to an individual product item, click on it, and see all the relevant details for this particular product. And we can also see related products, our description, and reviews. And from here, we can add items to our cart up here. Same with this item. And then we can click on the cart menu to see our items in the cart menu modal. And from here, we can adjust the items and the price will be reflected in the subtotal options. And once we finish that, we can go to our checkout page, which has form information. And this has validation as well. So we're going to write a random name, address, city, state, zip code. We can even change the same for shipping address if we wanted to. And then we can go to the next page where we go to our payment section and we can write a random email and a phone number. And then once we place our order, this is going to take us to the Stripe checkout. And here we can fill out our information. Once that information is filled out, we can use our fake credit card for Stripe for testing purposes, and we can hit pay. And once that's done, it's going to take you to a success page. And finally, everything in this website is fully responsive. So we can go down, we can see all our individual items, be fully responsive. We can click on each item and see each product item in a responsive manner. For the backend, we are going to be using something called Strapi, which is a headless CMS. A headless CMS is basically a content management system similar to WordPress, but it provides only the backend. This will make it very easy to set up our products, items, and orders with very little effort. Now, this tutorial is made for all levels, even those who are complete beginners. So I'll walk you through the very basics and explain everything as I go. This is also not just for beginners though, but for intermediate and seasoned developers who want to use best practices for building your application. And as a front-end tech lead, I want to help you understand why I'm doing what I'm doing every step of the way, so you can build professional enterprise level applications using the standards and best practices. And finally, I fully designed and built this e-commerce application from complete scratch, so you can use this both to learn how to build your own application from scratch, and you can use this as part of your portfolio if you want to impress future employers or clients, meaning you are free to use whatever you see here. The images are also completely free to use, as I used a free image source website called Unsplash, so you don't have to worry about copyright. Further delay, let's start coding by opening up a new directory. And inside this terminal, we're going to write npx create strapi app at latest space server. While we wait for the installation to complete, we are going to go to the Strapi docs. You can find all the information on their installation, CLI, and creating a Strapi project. This has all the information that you would need to install the package and in the way that you want. But for now, we're going to start with the quick start, which is a recommended installation, and hit enter. Once that installation is complete, either this admin will open up, or if it doesn't open up, you can just write npm run develop. And we're going to write and fill out this information over here. I'm going to call this just some dummy email at gmail.com. I'm going to say A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm just going to copy this over. I'm not going to subscribe to that. And once you have that set up, make sure you have the email password memorized or written down so you can re-access this. It's not very sensitive, so it doesn't really matter unless you deploy it. So once we have the dashboard, we can see we have all these particular options over here. We have the content manager. This is where we can create new entries for each collection type. And each collection type can be created in the content type builder. So collection type really refers to the type of categories. So you can have user categories, you can have product categories, you can have order categories, things like that. And then content manager is where you create an individual entry of those collection types. Media library basically is where you upload your images, different media, different assets, things of that nature that require a lot more file size. Plugins are the plugins that you currently have, and then marketplace, you can add new marketplaces. I haven't played around with it, but you can have a lot more customization with these. And then settings, you have a lot of different options with different types of detailed configurations, but we don't need to mess with this. So the main things we're going to cover is going to be these three sections. And just last thing I want to cover is the single types and the components. Single type is if you only have one new entry for a particular collection, that's when you would create a single type. Versus a component is where you want to just reuse particular information across maybe multiple collection types or different information. But the main thing, we're not even going to touch these. The main things is collection types. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to our content type builder section and go under our collection types, and we're going to hit create new collection type. And the first one we're going to create is going to be called item. And these two will be filled out, so don't mess with those. We can see advanced settings. We can just leave this for now, and we're going to hit continue. And the first thing we want to create is going to be the name, and we're just going to call this name. And this one's going to be lowercase. So this is the name of the property of the object that this will create. So this will be titled name, and that's how we reference this particular field. And we're going to call this short text. We're going to hit add another field. And then we're going to say we want rich text. And this one is going to be short description. I'm going to look at advanced settings. We can just say add another field. We can say rich text. This is going to be a long description. So we're going to have both short and long description. Then we're going to go to number, and this will represent price. And we're going to call this, I believe we're going to need a decimal. Yeah. And then from here, we're going to add one more, actually two more, media. This one's going to be called image. And we're going to say this is single media because we just want a picture for each item. So we're going to add another field. And this is the last one we are going to need. And it's going to be enumeration. So this is going to give us a different type of category. And so we're going to say, we're going to call this category. We're going to call this new arrivals. Hit enter. We're going to say best sellers. And then top rated. So this will determine our filtering system. And once that's done, we can say finish. And now we should have these particular options. And we can hit save. And it's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to restart the server. And voila, we now have our item collection type over here. And from here, before we add new entries to this item, we're going to go to our media library and we're going to add our images. So if we go add new entry, we can say browse files. And if you take a look in the description below, there is a link to all the images, and we're just going to upload all these images up here. And we're going to say upload 20 assets to the library, and we'll have all our images that we would need. And then from here, we're going to go back to our content manager, and this is where we're going to start adding our single item entry for each item. And from here, we're going to go and we're going to hit create new entry. So now we have all the fields that we added before from the content type builder for this particular item. And now we just have to fill this out with a bunch of dummy data. So I'm going to call this white sweater t-shirt. And I'm going to just copy and paste some short description that I have. You can also use something like, if you're just wanting to fill with dummy data, you can click something like this. There's a lot of Chrome extensions that allow you to generate different paragraphs and information like this, but you can use anything you want and just copy and paste it over. I'm going to set this price as 15, and I'm just going to choose something that looks like a white sweater t-shirt. I'm looking for this particular one. I'm going to finish, add the image, and we're going to add the category as well. We're going to save it, and we're going to publish it. And I'm going to hit back. And there we have our particular item. And from here, I'm going to add 18 items. I think 18 items. Yeah. I'm going to add 18 items. I'm just going to fast forward this. This will be fast forwarded so you don't have to see a lot of redundant information. And now we have 18 fully complete items all added with an image attached, price, name, and everything else. We're going to go back to our content type builder and we're going to create one more collection type. We're going to call this order. So this will represent the completed order once we finish. And for this one, we're going to be adding a few things. We're going to add products or JSON, and we're going to call this products. We're going to add another field, and we're going to call this username, which is a text field. And one more last text item, and this will be the Stripe session ID. And we're going to hit finish. Now, fortunately, we don't have to add individual orders. It'll be automatically created once we use Stripe and put the logic and information inside the Strapi backend. And with that, we're going to hit save. And we're going to wait for the server to restart. And we're going to go back to our folder directory because I want to show you one last thing, is that if we open up and we hit server, we can see all the files and folders that Strapi has created for us. And in our source directory, we can go to API. Now, most of the other folders, like all of config, database, you probably don't have to touch for the majority of the time. And we can go to our item and we can see all the files that it's been created, like the APIs that we've created, item and order. They have been built for us automatically by Strapi. So Strapi is basically building the backend while you're using the UI, which is very convenient and very nice. And we're going to be using this to modify a few things later on. That our backend is complete. I'm going to close this out. I'm going to go and click this button to split the terminal so we have our terminal running, or our server basically running. And I'm going to go back to e-commerce, and this is where I'm going to start installing Create React App, and we are going to call this client. And after Create React App is installed, I'm going to go into the client folder, and we're going to install a number of packages. So I'm going to install @MUI/material, @emotion/react, @emotion/styled, and @MUI/icons material. So this is all the material UI components that or packages we need to install. And then we're going to install React Router DOM @6, which will allow us to have different pages. Then we're going to install Redux Toolkit. So we're going to install React Redux first, and then @redux.js/toolkit. And then we're going to install a Formik, which is a form library with yup validation. And then .env to place our environment variables for Stripe specifically. And then React responsive carousel, which is the packages we're going to need for the carousel or slideshow that we have on the main page. And once we have that written down, we're going to hit enter and install every single one of those packages. And with that, I'm going to run npm run start. And then from here, I can close my terminal and I can go close that. We can go to client and we can see all the things we have in our React library. So I'm going to click on setup test, report web vitals, logo SVG, app.test.js, and app CSS. So we're going to delete all those. And then from here, we're going to go to our index.js, delete this report web vitals. We're going to remove this import. We're going to hit save. We're going to go to app.js, and we're going to remove header. And we're going to remove the imports as well. And then off screen, I actually added a folder called assets. Again, you can find it in the description folder. These will be images that will be stored on the front end, and we can use this for the carousel and slideshow. So make sure you have those items. With that, we're going to go to the Google Fonts where we can get free fonts that we can import. And the first one we're going to import is going to be Cinzel. It's kind of a luxury type font size. And what we're going to get is we're going to just take the regular. We're going to add that. And then we're going to go back to Google Fonts. And then we're going to go and grab Fauna 1. And this one, we want the regular. And once we hit import, we're just going to import this particular, like the code between the style. And we're going to go to our index.css, remove everything over here. We're going to paste that into this file. And then from here, we're going to add some basic fonts or basic CSS that will set up our code. And we're going to do box sizing for everything. So border box. So this represents styling for everything. And then we're going to add some styling for body. And we're going to say margin 0, a padding of 0 as well. And we're going to add .app. And we're going to set that margin to auto. So note that this is lowercase. If we go to app.js, we're just going to lowercase this guy over here. I'm going to save it. And from here, we're going to set up our theme for our entire project. But before we do that, we're going to go to our extension tab. And we're going to go down. And I want you to find this VS Code extension called Tailwind CSS. So what this will do is take a hex color and it'll create different shades automatically for you. And the key binding is Command K, Command G, Control K, Control G if it's on Windows. So once you install that, we're going to go to our source directory. We're going to create a new file and we're going to call this theme.js. And inside this file, we're going to first import create theme from @mui/material/styles. And from here, I'm going to take a hex color. There are 3 hex colors that I'm going to use. So this one's just pretty much black. Then we're going to take a secondary color, and we're going to take a final color of CFCDCD. Give it some space, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to highlight this. I'm going to say Command K, Command G, and then it'll create all the shades for us, which is very convenient for when we like add colors. Like a lot of the times you want the same color, except you want it to be a little lighter or a little bit darker. And this is a very easy way to do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to say export const shades equals an object, and we're going to cut this, paste it in here. And we're going to call this primary because the primary color that we're using for this website is black. And these colors don't really do anything, but we can just keep those. These are the lighter shades. The next one, we're going to do the same thing, Command K, Command G. This will be a red color, and this will be the secondary. And with the final one, Command K, Command G, this will be another color. This will be a more of a neutral yellow color, but this is more neutral than yellow, even though it says yellow. And then finally, these are the colors that we can use, but we need to set up the theme specifically for Material UI so they can use the colors that we have set. So we're going to say create theme like so, and we're going to put palette, and we're going to change the color palette here, and we're going to say primary, and we're going to set main, and we're going to say shades dot primary 500. And we're going to add another one called secondary. This is going to be main shades dot secondary 500. And then neutral, we're going to give it a dark. We're going to say shades dot neutral 700. Same thing with main. This will be shades dot neutral 500. Light, it's going to be shades dot neutral 100. And this will set up our color palette for our Material UI components. So these will set up the defaults for the Material UI components. These colors are used so that we can change some of those components on a more specific level. So sometimes you don't want the neutral default colors. That's why we have both of these. And then we're going to also set the typography and set the defaults for these. So we're going to say font family over here, and we're going to say fauna 1, like so. And we're going to say sans serif, and we're going to call dot join by comma. So this is just going to like combine this into a string into one go, like so. And then from here, we're going to say font size 11. So this is the default font family and default font size over here. And then we're going to say H1, like so. We're going to copy this over, or actually both of these, but we're just going to modify it. So this one is going to be Cinzel. And we're going to say font size of 48. And we're going to copy this H1, and we're going to do the same thing 4 times, but we're just going to modify each one of these. So this is going to be H2, H3, H4. This will be font size 36, font size 20, and 14. So what these will do is that there's a material UI component called typography, and in the typography component, we can change the variant to one of these. So if we say variant H1, we automatically get these fonts or font configurations, which is just more convenience than anything. With that, I'm going to close all of these, and I'm going to keep index.js. In this folder, we're going to import a few things. We're going to import theme provider from @mui/material/styles. Then I'm going to import CSS baseline, and we're going to import that from material, and we're going to import theme from what we just created, like so. And then from here, we're going to go into React strict mode. Inside this, we're going to say theme provider, pass in theme as well, and wrap our app with this theme provider. And then also we need to add the CSS baseline. And as you can see, by the way, let me just redo that. By the way, you can see that we have specifically our IntelliSense coming up. I highly recommend for you to use this IntelliSense for 2 reasons. Number 1, it's very convenient, and a lot of times you can use it to import things, but also it prevents bugs. By using IntelliSense, it's using the specific correct typing of it, and you won't have any typo bugs using this method. And we're going to save that. And with this, our theme setup is completely done. Then from here, we're going to go to our app.js file, and we're going to import a number of things. So I'm going to go top, and I'm going to import use effect from React, import browser router, routes, route, and use location from React router DOM. And then from here, there will be a lot more imports, but we're going to skip that for now. And we're going to create a function or component called scroll to top. And this is actually provided by React router, but this is basically so that once you go to another page, we are starting from the top of the page, as opposed to if you're in the middle of the previous page, you go to the next page, it'll go down to the same scroll position. But we don't want that. We want it to start at the top, and this is how you're able to do that. So we're going to say use location, and we're grabbing the path name from that, and we're going to say use effect, and we're going to say window.scroll to 0, 0, and we're going to pass in path name over here, and we're going to return null. And we're going to be going into our app now, and we're going to pass in browser router over here. And this is where we can actually pass in scroll to top. Actually, let's make that self-closing like that. And inside this is where we create our routes. So the way React Router DOM works is that you set up a route, and we can set path is equal to, let's say this is the home page, and we're going to say element is equal to home like this. And that will give us a route to our home page. Of course, we're going to have to import home as well. And we're going to import home from ./scenes/home/home with a capital. So now I haven't created this component. As you can see, this folder does not exist yet, and I will cover that. All right, before I go and add all the routes, I want to talk a little bit about file and folder architecture. Now, architecture is just a fancy way of saying how you're going to organize your folders and files without it becoming a complete mess when your code base becomes big. It's a huge problem when you have a large code base. Beginners might not understand the problem, but it becomes a huge impediment if it's not organized correctly. So I'm going to just go through some very basic ideas, which is that you organize via features or pages. Like you organize your folders via where or what it's doing in the website. For example, you organize it via the Navbar. The Navbar is going to have all the visual elements, including the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React code, and the state all in that particular folder. That's what the ducks pattern is called. And that's the main idea, except we do separate out the data. So I know it's a little confusing, but I'll show you how this kind of works. So for example, we have a folder called components. Now this folder is basically a shared component. So that we're only going to have one of these or one component in here, but this will be a component that's being shared across multiple pages, multiple features. So that's what this folder will be doing. And then the more critical folder is going to be called scenes. So now this will set up the components that will set our layouts. For example, we'll have a folder called home. That's where the home folder is going to be located. We're going to have a file called home.jsx. So that will include the component that will set up the layout for our home page. And also inside our scenes, we're going to have a global folder. And this is going to house our Navbar JSX. And later on, we're going to add footer and the cart menu components in here as well. And then we're going to also have a checkout folder. So this will represent basically the layout for the checkout page. So this is where the files relevant to checkout will be located. And then same thing with the item details page. So each item has its own page, and this is where we write the logic for that. And then finally, what we do is that we separate the data, and that will live in the state. So this is where Redux Toolkit, our information, will be stored. We're going to have this over here. So this is our basic layout for our components. So essentially the main idea when I was talking about ducks pattern is that you organize it via each of these features, and you'll be good to be organized in this way. It's very easy to find now. So now anytime we talk about checkout components, we can go to this folder. Same with item details, same with home. Very easy to find, and I highly recommend this as opposed to organizing via the default way of React, which is organizing via what type of, like what each file does. For example, in Redux, you have actions, you have reducers, things like that. So you organize it via that, which is not what I recommend. Hopefully I didn't confuse you too much with the architecture. If you don't fully understand it, that's okay. It is not that big of a deal to not fully understand it right now. So the first thing we want to do is go to our home, component, and we're going to say const home, and we're going to say export default home like this, and we're just going to return a div that says home, just so we can identify it. And we're just going to copy this, and we're going to paste it for the navbar, and I'm going to hit Command D so we select all of these. I'm going to type navbar for that one. Same thing with checkout. And then same thing with item details. And with that, we can save this, and then we can go to our app.js file, and we can add the routes that we want. So we're going to copy this route over here, and I'm going to change this path to item, and then item. Actually, this should be item with the slash like that, and this is going to be item ID, and we're going to say item details. And look at this IntelliSense. Once I click this, I don't have the import yet, but once I click it, it automatically adds the import for us. So that's very convenient, and I highly recommend using that. So we're going to go, I'm going to paste the route again. This time this is going to be checkout, and the element is going to be checkout like this. And again, using this, we're going to add this. And actually forgot to add one more component in our checkout file. We're going to write confirmation.jsx. Inside this file, I'm just going to actually copy over, go back to home, copy this code again, and Command D all of this, and we're going to say confirmation. Save it. Go back to app.js, and we're going to add one more route. And this is going to be checkout. Give me one sec. We're going to say checkout/success, and this will be confirmation. And it seems like IntelliSense is not working for this one. So we're going to say import confirmation from that scenes slash checkout/confirmation like that. Let me make sure I wrote that correctly, because it seems like it's not working. Yeah, it should be working. Export default, okay. And so there we go. We have all our routes. And with that, the first thing we're going to create is going to be the navbar. So let me go to the completed application. And as you can see, this right here is the navbar with the title over here and the 4 icons spread here. Now I have a VS Code, a Chrome extension. This is called Pesticide if you're curious, but basically it shows you the layout over here. So with the navbar, we have one huge flex component that's centered, and we have 2 items or 2 boxes over here. So this is flex box happening. So we have e-commerce on this side, we have the icons on here. And inside this div component, we have flex going on here with justify or space between in here. So as you can see, this is very convenient to see the layout of how we are going to create this. And it's pretty simple on how to implement this as well. So without that, let's create our navbar component, or let's render the navbar component. And again, I'm using IntelliSense, so I imported the navbar as well. And we're going to go to our navbar component. And before we start, I'm going to close all these other tabs. And then first, I'm going to import a number of things. So I'm going to import use dispatch, use selector from React Redux. Then I'm going to import badge, box, icon, button from @MUI/material. I'm going to import 4 icons. And it's going to be person outline, shopping bag outlined with the D, menu outlined, search outlined. And this is all going to come from our icons library. from Material UI. And then we're going to import use navigate from React Router DOM, so we can go to different URLs. And then we're going to import shades from // and from the theme file. And we're going to say const navigate inside our component. And we're going to use navigate as well. We're going to do the same thing with dispatch with use dispatch. And from there, we can start writing our navbar components. And then from here, I'm going to highlight this. Actually, we're just going to get rid of that. And we're going to put box over here. Now, Material UI has this thing where you can pass in CSS properties directly into the box component specifically. You cannot do it for other components, but you can do it for the box component. And personally, I find this very convenient to use. Now, if you don't like it, you don't have to. You can use styled components, or you can use the SX tag like this, and then pass in CSS properties, for example, display flex. You can do that. Or specifically for the box component, you can just do display flex. And I find that extremely convenient. The only downside to me is that this gets to be long components, but that's a decision you can make because there's a lot of different ways to do CSS. And in my opinion, there's no perfect 100% way to do this. There's ways that are slightly better than others. Personally, this is my favorite method of doing CSS in React. But anyways, we're going to set display flex align items of center, and we're going to say width of 100. So this is the outer flex component of the navbar, and we're going to align the box within that. So basically, let me go back. I don't want to flip too much so it doesn't bother you. So I go to toggle. So this div we're creating is the outer div right here, but we're going to create another div inside, and we'll take care of that shortly. So I'm going to remove that, go back, and we're going to say this is a height of 60 pixel. We're going to say background color of RGBA, and we are not using one of the color tokens that we created, but this is because this is a one-off situation. So we're going to say 255/0.95 because we want this to be slightly have some kind of transparency. That's what this is. And we're going to say the color is black, so meaning the text color is black. And we're going to say a position of fixed so that the navbar is visible as you scroll down. We're going to say top of 0, left of 0, so we're positioning them. And we're going to say a z index of 1, so it appears above other divs. Now I'm going to get rid of this semicolon. You're going to save it, and now we should be able to have everything formatted once I saved it. And by the way, the auto formatting is done by Prettier, so you can use the Prettier VS Code extension if you would like. So it auto formats when you save. And then in here, like I mentioned before, we have a box within the box. So this one is going to be set to be width of 80%. And we're going to say margin of auto so that the space, so that it is basically centered. We're going to say display of flex. We're going to say justify content with space between. So we have the separation between the title and the icons, and align items of center. So this is vertically aligned inside the navbar. So I know this is a lot of styling that's happening. Just remember, this is the outer box. This is the inner box. This is centering. This information right here is going to center this guy. This is going to be also flexed to center and put the space between the items or the child components of this one. And then from here, we're going to say box like this. I'm going to call it e-commerce as basically the title or the logo of this app. And we're going to say on click, we're going to be navigating to our home. So this, when you click this title, it navigates to you to the home page. Even though we don't have other pages set up yet, this will be useful for other pages. And we want to make this kind of like a button. So we're going to say, and hover. So now notice that I'm using SX for this particular one. So the reason why, actually, let me write this first and then I'll explain. So the cursor pointer. So essentially what I'm doing over here is I want it to have CSS styling of cursor being a pointer when you hover over it. So whenever you're using pseudo elements or pseudo selectors, that's what this is called, like hover, you can just say and colon hover. So it takes whatever the current class of box is, and it's going to use the hover element, and we can change the styles when it's being hovered. So this is a very convenient way. And we're going to say, we're going to give this a color of shades.secondary 500. And then from here, we're going to create the box down here, and this will be the icons. And so here, I'm going to set, once again, display, flex, justify content of space between, and we're going to say column gap of 20 pixel. So meaning you are allowed to set the gap between each material icon item with 20 pixel. And this is for columns specifically. So meaning left to right, there's 20 pixel space between each icon. And we're going to say a Z index of 2. And then we're going to say icon button. And we're going to give it the search outlined icon in there. And we're going to say this is SX of color of black. So this will allow us to color the search icon in black. And notice we're not using box component for this one. That's why in this case, I have to set the SX and set the color to black here. And we're going to copy and paste this 3 times. So this one is actually going to be person outline icon. This one will be, let's see, the shopping bag outlined. And the final one is going to be menu outlined, like so. Currently, we cannot check if this is working yet because we still have not set up our React Redux provider, and we're passing it in here. So we're gonna set up our Redux next. So we're gonna go into our state. I'm gonna create a file called index.js within the state component. Now this is where I can talk about Redux. Now before Redux Toolkit came along, I would probably not recommend Redux in this current environment because Redux has been a problem because of the amount of boilerplate that you need to do to set up Redux. But with Toolkit, it reduces all of that boilerplate and it's super easy to set up. Now there are other state management libraries out there which are all pretty good in their own right, but I still recommend Redux with Redux Toolkit because it reduces the boilerplate, but Redux is also the de facto state management tool that most people know, and as well as it being like the most mature state management library, meaning there's a lot of different packages devoted to Redux, but also a lot of people will be proficient with Redux. So highly recommend using Redux over any other state management. And here we're going to import create slice from @Redux.js toolkit. And we're going to say const initial state. And we're going to pass in is cart open to be false. Cart will start with empty array and items with an empty array. Now, initial state is the state at which the app will start with. So when we open up the app, we're going to have the cart open. It's going to be set to false. Same with the cart is going to be empty. Same with items list. This is, if you're new to Redux, just realize this is just state that you can store, but also access anywhere in the application. That's the beauty of this Redux store. And that's why you need it, as opposed to local state where you can only access it within the component, but you can pass it down, which gets to be a big hassle. With that said, we're going to continue on. We're going to say export const. We're going to call this cart slice. And we're going to use create slice like this. And all we have to do is set the name, which is going to be cart. We're going to set initial state like so. So we're passing in initial state into this particular property. And we're going to pass in reducers. And this is where we create our actions. The actions and reducers are basically combined in Redux Toolkit. So you only have to identify this particular item. So let's say we want to set items like this. We can pass in state and action like you would normally do in Redux. And you can just set state.items equals action.payload. So what this is doing is we're going to have a function called set items. And anytime we have set items, we can change the items to equal what we are passing into the payload. So whatever we pass into action payload, this will be the new items whenever we call this particular function. Now, if you're Redux specific, if you know Redux, you know that you shouldn't mutate state, but Redux Toolkit allows you to mutate state because they have a package called immutable. Basically, a long story short is that this allows you to write code as if you're mutating state, even though that is not actually what's happening under the hood. Okay. With that being said, we can say export const, and we just set items, and we can say cart slice.actions like so, and we can say export default cart slice.reducer. So this is everything you need for Redux. So Redux, normally you would have to set an actions folder, you would have maybe the types folder as well, then you have to set up the reducers. But with Redux Toolkit, this is everything you need for this particular action, which is just a function. I consider it just a function that updates global state. That's it. That's all you have to think about. And then you can just use this like directly like that. Very simple. I'm going to create a number of other actions over here, and these will be used later on. And I'll explain these more as we go and build the app. But the first one, we're going to say add to cart. So this function is specifically going to update what's in our cart. So I'm going to take the current state of the cart. That's what this is doing. So whatever, right now it's empty, but there's possibility that there's also items in the cart. So that's why I'm doing this. I'm spreading it out, putting it there, and then I can grab action payload dot item. So whatever new item we're passing into the action, we are updating our cart with this information. And just note, I'm not handling all the edge cases. There's possibility of duplicate items. I'm not going to handle that just for simplicity's sake. So just take note of that. And we're also going to remove from cart. We're going to say state action. And we're going to say state.cart. And we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to do state.cart.filter. And we're going to take the item of each one. And we're going to say if the item.id does not equal action.payload.id. So what this is doing is that anytime we want to remove the cart or remove from the cart, we're just going to filter out everything, or we're going to keep all the items that are not equal to the ID that we're passing in. So the ID we want to remove, we pass it in here, and it'll keep all the other items that are not equal to that ID. It'll make more sense once we build the app. And we're going to do the same thing with increase count. So this will determine, as you saw in the demo, we changed the number of the item. And this is how we're going to do that. So we're going to say state.cart.map item. And we're going to say if item.id is equal to the action.payload.id, we're going to increase the count. So we have to map through the entire cart to figure out which count we want to update. Once we find that, we're going to increase the count. Otherwise, we're just going to return item. And now we're going to do the same thing with decrease count. But we're just going to change the name over here. And we're going to say minus minus. And also, we need to make sure in this scenario, the item count is greater than 1, because we don't want any negative numbers. So we can only decrease it to 0, or decrease it to 1, sorry. And then finally, we want to create an action that will set open our cart. So this one's very simple. So we're going to say set open this cart like this, state, and all we have to do is say state is cart open, and we're going to say state is cart open. So we're basically flipping what the current state is. So that's what this function is doing. And then with that, we just need to export all of these actions from cart, increase count, decrease count as well, and set is cart open. And voila, this is all the state. This is all the Redux state that we're going to be using throughout the entire application. Everything has to do with the cart, basically. So anytime we want to update the cart, we are going to be using one of these actions. And they need to exist throughout the entire app, because the cart menu, the cart basically exists throughout the entire, like through different pages. That's why we need to keep this. Now from here, all we have to do is go to index.js, like our source directory index.js, and we're going to import a few things. So we're going to import provider from React Redux. Then we're going to import configure store from Redux.js Toolkit. And we're going to import cart reducer from our state folder. And we're going to say const store is equal to configure store. We're going to say reducer is equal to cart reducer, like so. This will configure our store. Just realize you can put multiple reducers if you wanted to, but this is compiling it into one reducer. So if you wanted multiple reducers, you would just add properties here. And then finally, surrounding our theme provider, we're going to say provider. We're going to pass in store equals store over here. And we're going to wrap our theme provider with this. And that's it. That's our setup. So this is all you have to set up with Redux Toolkit. Along with this. This includes all the logic that we're going to need. And a very simple way to use these. Now, obviously, we haven't used these actions. We're basically creating the functions, but we just haven't invoked the functions yet. So we will do that shortly. And so with that, let's go back to our Navbar. And this is where we're going to finish what we basically started. So what I want to import is going to be import set is cart open. And I'm going to import or grab a value from Redux. So we're going to use selector. And I'm going to grab state.cart.cart. Just FYI, I know there's duplicate, but basically we're grabbing the slice. That's what this represents. And we're also grabbing the cart right here, which is the state. So that's why this is state.cart.cart. So we're grabbing that value. And what we're focusing on is going to be, if I take a look over here, this guy. So when you click on this, we want to be able to open the cart menu modal that I just showed you. And that's why when I go over here, I'm going to go down to the icon button, and we're going to give it another property called onClick. And we're going to say dispatch set is cart open. This should be capitalized. And we're going to give it an empty object. So now once you have a payload that's empty, this one does not have an action. So that's why we don't have to pass anything in here in this function. And we're going to set that. This will basically update our state once we click on it. So it will run this particular function once we click on it. And there's one last thing I want to do with the shopping bag is we're going to add something called the badge. So if you notice, if I add to cart, you're going to add a red number dictating how many there are. So that's what this badge does. So all you have to do is wrap your icon button with that. And we're just going to pass in a number of things here. So we're going to say badge content, and we're going to say cart.length. Give it a color of secondary, so it gives it the red color. We're going to say invisible, so meaning it will not appear if the cart length is equal to 0. So this will give the number that's in the cart. This will make it disappear when it's 0. And we're going to give it another specific styling. So we're going to say and MUI badge dash badge like this to style something specific, because we want to align this and style it properly. So the right, I'm going to say top of 5, padding of 0.4 pixel, height of 14 pixel, and I forgot a comma over here, and a min width of 13 pixel. And with that, we have our navbar fully fleshed out. And with Redux completely set up, we can do our cart menu modal like this. The cart menu modal will have different items with different quantities and different prices for each item. And we'll be able to change the number of items that we want, and the price will reflect that result with the count representing each one. And we can remove the item and have everything synchronized properly. And then we can close it as well. And then going back to our code, we're going to close all of these. We're going to go back. We're going to go to global, and we're going to add a new component called CartMenu JSX. And we're going to run and type a lot of imports here. So we're going to import box, button, divider, icon, button, typography, and we're going to import it from @MUI/material. And then I'm going to import use selector, use dispatch from React-Redux. We're going to import a few icons. We're going to import close icon from @MUI icons material /close. Import add icon from @MUI /icons material /add, and then import remove icon from @MUI /icons material, and we're going to remove. We're going to import styled from @emotion /styled. Import shades from theme like that. And I messed up the quotations. We're going to import decrease count, increase count, remove from cart, set is cart open, and we're going to import it from // state. So, and then import use navigate from React router DOM. And here we're going to create a styled component called flexbox. And we're going to set equals styled box. And we're going to put template strings and say display flex justify content space between line items center. Now, what a style component is a way to reuse CSS code as if it's kind of like almost like it's a component, but we can reuse this and use this in our JSX code. And it's very good if you're reusing styles through multiple components. It's very nice for things like this, when we just want to set a flex, for example, and set a lot of properties so we don't have to write all of these. Keeps the code clean and lets us write less code. And then from here, we're going to create CartMenu component like so. We're also going to export default CartMenu as a start. And then from here, we're going to say const navigate, use navigate, const dispatch equals use dispatch. And we're navigating because we're going to be able to navigate away to the checkout page if we need to. And we're going to do const cart equals use selector. And we're going to do state grab state.cart.cart like this again, like before. And then grab is cart open as well from the same Redux. So if I go back here, I say state.cart.isCart open. And as a reminder, as a little review, this cart represents this particular name, this particular slice, and then isCartOpen represents the property. That's why you have this. You can have more than one slice, and that's why you have to specify that particular reducer. So you can, in the future, if you have more reducers, you can call them by the relevant name. And then from here, we're going to say const total price. So we're going to calculate the total price from all the items in the cart. So we're going to use cart.reduce, and we're going to say total, comma, item. So reduce is very nice for a situation like this, where we want to calculate the total price after iterating through each element. So we're going to say return, we're going to say total. So it starts at 0, but we're going to add the item count, and we're going to multiply it by the item attributes price. So the number of count of each item as well as the price, that will give us the price of that particular item, including all the numbers of items you have, added to the total. And we're going to do this for every item in the cart. And from here, we're going to return, and we're going to return a box item. And in this item, we're going to give a lot of different properties. And we're going to say the display is going to be set as isCartOpen, either as block when it's open versus none when it's not open, meaning it's hidden. So just to go back to our completed application, when you click it, you can see that there's a little overlay. This is like a darkened overlay, and we have this modal. So we have two divs. We have this div that covers the entire thing, and it's kind of dark, and then we have the modal right here. So we have this as the parent component, and then this as the child component. And all of it pops up above everything, so it has to have a very high Z index. So if I bring up my Chrome extension, then I can see that we actually have a huge component over here, and this is what I'm highlighting here. But yeah, let's remove that. We'll go back, and we're going to add a property called background color. And this is going to be basically black, except it has some transparency. So we're going to say 0.4. And that's how we specify the opacity. And we're going to say position is going to be fixed because we want it to go through the entire thing. Give it a Z index of 10. Like I said, we need to give it a high Z index. Give it a width of 100%. Same with height. Left of 0, because we want it just to position everywhere. Same with top. And we're going to say overflow auto. This will help us with the scrolling. And then inside this box, this represents the actual modal, like the white section that you saw. And this will be position fixed with a right of 0, bottom of 0, and a width of max of 400 pixel and 30%. So this is a specific CSS function that you can use, whereas it's going to give a maximum of 400 pixels. If it goes beyond that, you can say this is a width of 30% if the screens are bigger. So this is a very convenient function. And we can say a height of 100% and give it a background color of white. And from here, now we can say, let's call this modal. And we'll call this, say overlay. And inside this, we're going to add one more box. So this is everything. Now we're actually coding what's going to be inside the modal. And in here, we're going to say a padding of 30 pixel, an overflow of auto. So this allows us to be able to scroll if it gets past a certain height. Get the height of 100%. And here we're going to add a comment. This is going to be the header section. And this will be pretty simple. We're going to use the flex box that we created and pass in a margin bottom of 15 pixel. So again, flex box represents these guys. So it gives it all the properties, and then we can also pass in margin bottom on top of that. And then from here, we're going to say typography, give it a variant of H3. And the name is going to be shopping bag. And inside this, we're going to put parens and a bracket of cart.length. So that determines how many items are in the shopping cart. And then we can say icon button. Inside this icon button, we're going to give it the close icon. And in here, on click is just going to be dispatch set is cart open. And we're just going to pass that in like before. So this will just close it. And then this is going to be the cart list. So now we haven't done the logic where we add the items and things like that so far, but we're going to do this first to get the logic in place, and you'll have a better understanding as we go. But I'll try the best to explain this as we go along. So we're going to have cart.map. So everything that's in the cart, which is an array, and we're going to say in the cart we have a single item, and we're going to map through or loop through each one. And with this, I'm going to put a parens, not a bracket. And inside this, I'm going to say box, close the box like so. And this box is going to require a key because React requires you to give it a unique identifier. So we're going to say item.attributes.name, and we're going to give it item.id. So now these are, I know I've done this before, item.attributes, item.attributes. So these are properties that are given to us from Strapi. Once we identified the name, Strapi creates the objects for us when it returns the API. And I will show you what this means or how it looks like, but essentially this is going to be how the item object is formatted when it comes back. So if you don't fully understand it, I'll show you in a bit. From here, we're going to do flexbox with a padding of 15 pixel and 0. And if you ever seen this, this is a shorthand. If you have just 2 items, that means this represents padding on the top and bottom of 15 pixel, and the left to right 0 pixel. And then from here we have a box component, and we're going to say flex is equal to 1, 1, 40%. Now this is the flex shorthand. 1 represents flex grow, so it grows as much as possible, and it also shrinks if it needs to. That's what these ones represent, otherwise you put 0. And 40% is like setting width of 40%, except it has extra properties of flex. So whenever you set the width and you wanted to use flexbox with it, you should use this percentage, which is basically flex basis. Always use flex basis over width percentage. Always recommend that. And then from here, we're going to set image, and we're going to give it some properties. So we're going to give it an alt of item question mark, meaning if that exists, we're going to set the name, otherwise it's going to be undefined. And we're going to set the width of 123 pixels, a height of 164 pixel, and a source. And we're going to set this to HTTP localhost, and we set it to, was it 1337? So this is the backend URL. So that's where our Strapi is located. That's the URL where Strapi is. And then from here, as I mentioned before, it's going to be a long set of attributes or like a property. So item.attributes, image, data, attributes, formats, medium, .url. So I know that's really long. I will show you how this will work once we get the data back. Basically, this is again Strapi giving us information. This is how they format the object. And they give you lots of information. That's why it's very long. Next, we're actually going to go and copy this box over here. And let's make sure to close it. And instead of 40%, we're going to say 60%. Inside this, we're going to say flex box. Give it a margin bottom of 5 pixel. And say typography, font weight of bold. And inside this, we're going to say item.attributes.name and give it an icon button. And we're going to say on click. And we're going to say, we're going to dispatch remove from cart. So here we are passing in the idea of which ones we want to remove when we click this button. So for this particular item, we have a close icon. And this will, when you click the close icon, this will dispatch this particular function, remove from cart. So basically, it'll just remove the item from the cart using a filter function. And then below this, we have typography. And we're going to say item.attributes, short description. So we have some text describing what this item is. Then we have a flex box with a margin of 15 pixel for the top and bottom and 0 for the left and right. And we're going to give it a box as well. In this one, we're going to say display is equal to flex with align items of center. We're not using the flex box because we don't have justify. We don't need to do space between. And then finally, we're going to say border is equal to 1.5 pixels solid shades.neutral 500. Save that so it auto formats. And then inside this box, we're going to give it an icon button. And we're going to say on click dispatch decrease count. So this one will just decrease the amount that we have. So yeah, let's actually name this so we have more organization. So this is plus minus. Actually, let's just call this amount to give it more example. And then from here, item name, like so. And then we're going to say remove icon. And then right here, we're going to say typography item.count. So that gives us the display of the amount that we have for this particular one. And we're going to copy this over here with the remove icon. And then replace the remove with add and replace the decrease count to increase. All right. And then from here, we're going to have the price. And the price is very simple. We're just going to copy this typography over here. And we're going to say font weight equals bold. Give it a $, item.attributes price. And under the flex box, we're going to say divider. And that should represent everything for each item. It's quite long. So this is every item in the list will have this particular box component. Now, if you want, you can separate that into another component. For the sake of my preference, I'm just going to keep this in the same cart menu. I don't mind long components. Some people do. And then from here, we're going to have actions. And the actions will represent the subtotal, the price, and the checkout. So the thing at the bottom of the cart menu. So we're going to say box. We're going to give it a margin of 20 pixel for top and bottom, 0 for left and right. And inside this, we're going to say flex box. Give it a margin of 20 pixels top and bottom and 0 for left and right again. And give it a typography like so. Give it a font weight of bold. And before I write what's in there, I'm going to copy and paste it because this will be the same. This will be subtotal. And this will be $total price. And below this, we're going to have a button. We're going to say checkout. Now inside this button, we're going to have some styling. And we're going to use SX because this is not a box material UI component. So we're going to say background color shades dot primary 400. We're going to give it a color of white, border radius of 0, min width of 100%, padding of 20 pixel from top and bottom, and then 40 pixel on the left and right, and a margin of 20 pixel top, 0 on left and right. And finally, when we have the on click, we haven't created this page yet. We did set up the route for it though. We're going to navigate to the checkout page. And this is the beauty of React Router. We can just do navigate and that will take us there. And then dispatch will allow us to set the cart to be open, meaning in this case, we want it to close. So we want the checkout to take out to the checkout page and close the cart menu. And there you go. That is the cart menu. Also, one thing I noticed, I misplaced the price. So if you go back one line 116, we can cut this out, place it above the closing flex box on line 114. So paste that in there and everything should be good now. And one last thing, if we want to see the cart menu happen, we can just go to app.js, go down, we're going to put this under the routes, and we're going to say cart menu, and we're going to use IntelliSense to import it as well. We're going to save it, and we can go to our app. This is the completed app, but let's go to our current app. We're just going to have this, and now you can see it. Now we don't have any cart, or we don't have any items in the cart, so I can't show that yet. But once we do, we'll get to that point. One more thing I want to set up before working on the homepage. This is the last thing we just need to set up, and that is the item component. So if you take a look, this item component right here, these are all being reused in multiple locations. And even if we click on it, we go to this page, we're reusing these item components. So if we go back to our code, this is where we're going to create our item component because it's being reused in multiple locations. And that's why it's in components folder, not the scenes folder. And we're going to start by filling out this component. So let me close all these tabs. And we're going to start by importing a number of things like we normally do. So use state from React, import use dispatch. I'm not exactly sure why the IntelliSense sometimes doesn't work. So let's actually create the component. I'm going to create item like so, export default item. And maybe the IntelliSense will work. So icon, button, okay, maybe not. Icon box. We're going to say typography, use theme, and button. And this is going to be imported from @MUI material. We're going to import add icon from @MUI material / add. They're going to import remove icon from @MUI icons material / remove. I'm going to import shades from / theme, import add to cart from / state, and then import use navigate from React router DOM. And in here, now it's hard to explain, but we're going to pass in the actual item and the width. This item will be the object that comes from the backend. And it's that long object that I keep talking about. But first, we're going to say const navigate equals use navigate. So same with dispatch. So we'll be using these hooks quite often. And we're going to say const count, set count, and we're going to say equals to use state of 1. So this will represent the number of items that we're going to add to the cart. So this is local state. So this is not what's actually in the cart, but this is the count that we want to add to the cart. And then we have is hovered. So this will determine if the user has the mouse hovered over this particular item, and we're going to start with false. Make sure that's a semicolon. And we're going to take out a color from the use theme. So this is basically the color that we're grabbing from the material UI theme. So that's how you take the color, as opposed to using the color tokens that we created. And then from here, we are going to destructure category, price, name, and image. And this comes from the item.attributes. Again, this is going to be the crazy big object. And then also, we're going to destructure more things. So this keeps it easier to read later on. It's a little hard to understand, but basically, we're grabbing the data property. We're actually grabbing it from the image. So item.attributes.image, and we're destructuring the data, basically image.data.attributes.formats.medium, and we're going to say URL. So this actually grabs the image that's medium sized. So this is the URL for that particular image. This is how Strapi formats it. It's a little hard to read, but they provide a lot of information. And then from here, we're going to create the box. We're going to set the width to be the width that we are passing into this component, because it might have different width. So we're going to have a box component, and we're going to say position equals relative, and we are going to set on mouse over. So we can set this as set is hovered true. So this will determine whether your mouse is over the particular item. And when it hovers over it, that's when we display the count and the plus minus buttons. And then on mouse out, we're going to say set is hovered false. And inside this, we're going to have image. And like before, we're going to say alt is equal to item.name with a width of 300 pixels, a height of 400 pixel, a source with our basic backend URL, which is http://local host 1337. And we're going to pass in the URL that we received right here. And then on click, we're going to say, if they click the button, we're going to say they will navigate to the item page. And we're going to pass the item.id. So that will lead us to the item details page. So this navigate property is going to be the router property. If you go back to the app.js, this will determine the item details page that we identified before. Now we haven't created the item details page, but we'll get to it. And for this, we're going to use the style, inline style. And we're going to say cursor pointer. Since this is not a material UI component, we're just using inline styles for this one. And we're going to say box. And inside this box, we're going to give it a display of is hovered. And if it's hovered, we're going to display the counts. Otherwise, we're not. So this is going to be all the plus and minus buttons that we did before. We're going to say position is absolute. Bottom is going to be 10%. Left of 0. Width of 100%. And padding of 0. 0 on the top, 5% from left and right. So this determines like the box, like the minus and plus sign and the account. And then from here, we're going to say box is going to be display of flex and justify content with a space dash between, like so. And inside this, we're going to create another box. We're going to say display of flex, align items of center, background color with shades of neutral 100, and the border radius of 3 pixel. We're going to save that, and inside this we're going to go back actually to our cart menu. So I go to scenes, global, cart menu, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the amount section, and I'm just going to copy all of this section because it's going to be very similar to that. And I'm going to paste it over here, close that, and now I'm going to save it. And here, this should be just count instead. And we're going to change this to set count. And we're going to say math.max count -1, 1. So this is a short way to make sure the count doesn't go below 1. And we're going to do the same thing with set count. And we're going to say count +1. And with that, actually, let's set this color for the typography of the count. And we're going to set that to shades, primary, 300. So now we have amount and the plus minus buttons. And then very carefully, right outside this below box, we're going to have our button. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. So we're going to create a button like this. Say add to cart. And we're going to say on click. And we are going to dispatch add to cart. And we're going to pass in item. And the item will involve the item object that we have and the count value. So we need to add this count value so that we know how much item has been added to the, basically the cart. And with that, we have the on click, and we can set the background color with SX, and we can say shades.primary 300. We can say color is white. Okay, and then from here, from the button, there's going to be a closing box, second one, and a third one. Below this one, and before the fourth one, we're going to add another box. So you got to be careful where you place these boxes. And this is just going to be a few items that we need. So in this box, we're going to say margin top of 30 pixel or 3 pixel. Give it a typography. And we're going to say a variant of subtitle 2. Say color is going to be neutral dot dark. And in here, we're going to give it a category. And we're going to actually do something called replace. And we're going to pass in A through Z, like so, /G. And I'm going to put double quotations, $1, like so. So what this is doing is giving us basically our category, and we're replacing the values. And we're going to add one more dot replace. And in here, we're going to say, we're going to write it like that. We're going to say string, and then we're going to uppercase it. So this is just a regex that we have for convenience, and this will replace the category into the proper format. So this is basically like the categories we set up a long time ago over here. Where was it? So in the item, we have a category, new arrivals. So basically we are replacing and capitalizing the first letter. And then from here, we're going to say typography, name, like so, and then final typography, give it a font weight of bold, and a price. And we save it, we have finished our item component. Now we have nothing to display this item component, but don't worry, we'll get to displaying all the things we have done. We have done all of this for a reason with our setup. And with that, now we can finally start building our home component. So we're going to go to our home component, and we are going to import a few components, and we're going to compartmentalize a few things. So if you go back to our component, we can split this into multiple sections. So this will be the main carousel right here. Then we have the shopping list in this section. Then we have a subscribe button, and we also have a footer. So we can separate that into multiple components. So if we go back to our code, we're going to start by importing main carousel, which we have not created, but we will. And we're going to say main carousel in this same folder. And we're going to give this a class name of home, erase the home text, and we're going to pass in main carousel. Go over here, save it, and then we're going to open our home folder, and we're going to create a new file, main carousel.jsx. Inside this, we're going to import a number of things, but let's create the component first. So main carousel is equal to a function. We're going to export default main carousel. Let me close this Explorer, and then I'm going to import a number of items. So I'm going to import box, typography, icon button, use media, icon button, use media query from @MUI material. The next thing we're going to import is going to be carousel from React Responsive Carousel. So this is a particular package for our slideshow component. So this will allow us to have this component with multiple different options. And you can see it's infinite loop. It provides a lot of different options, and we can customize it to our own needs. And I'll show you how we can do that. But before that, we're going to have to import a specific CSS file. This is going to be react-responsive-carousel/lib/styles/carousel.min.css. So this is a very specific CSS file that we need to import so that main carousel will have all the CSS that we need. And also we're going to import a few icons. We're going to import navigate before icon. And we're going to grab this. So this is for like our left button, and then import navigate next icon from @MUI icons material navigate next. So that will give us our next button. And then we're going to import shades from //theme, like so. So that'll give us a lot of options. Now we also want to import over here. We want to import all our assets. So we have these 5 images, and preferably I don't want to import them individually. You could, it's actually not that much, but I'm going to use a function that does this for me. And I got this from Stack Overflow, if you guys are curious. But we're going to create a function called import all, pass in an item in there. We're going to say r.keys.reduce, and we're going to grab the ACC and the item, pass in the function. We're going to say ACC brackets item.replace / comma double quote equals r item, and return ACC. And in this, we're going to start with an empty array. So basically, we're just going to create an object with each of the item, like the item names, and we're just going to replace the / in the path, and we're just going to create this object. And with this object, we're going to use export const hero texture imports, and we're going to import all, and we're going to do require.context / assets, comma false, comma / png or JPEG or SVG. So now you don't really have to understand what's really going on here, but basically what it's doing is it allows us to grab all the imports that we have, and we have this as a list. And this is something we can pass into carousel. We actually don't need to export that. So this is going to have all our imports in one line. And then from here, I'm going to use is non-mobile, meaning we are going to use a media query, and we're going to set the min width of 600 pixel. So this will give us a value so that if the screen size is above min width of 600 pixel, then this will become true, and vice versa for false. And we're going to return our carousel component. So this carousel component is going to take a number of properties. So now you can go to this particular link, which is in the description below, and it gives you all the properties that you may want to look. Now it's up to you if you want to go through, but we just need to go through and have some properties. So we want to set the infinite loop to be true. We do not want to show the thumbnails. So we do show thumbs false. Show indicators, which is like the dots. We don't need those either. We can say show status, which is like a little indicator at the top right. We don't need that either. And right here is where we're going to customize our next and previous button. So we're going to render our previous button like so. And we're going to say on click. Actually, let me fix this. Curly brackets and then parens. And we're going to say on click handler has previous label. We're actually not going to use the last two properties, but all we have to do is we're going to pass in icon button. And inside this icon button, we're going to say on click, and we pass in the on click handler that React responsive carousel gives us. And then from here, we're going to style it a little bit. We're going to say position absolute, so we have it positioned in the middle with top of 50%, left of 0. Give it a color of white, padding of 5 pixel, and a Z index of 10, so it goes over everything. And inside this icon button, we're going to give it the navigate before icon that we imported. So we're going to give it that a font size of 40. So this determines the size of the Material UI icon. I'm going to close that. That will style our previous arrow. This will handle the click by the component library. So this will allow us to handle that. And we're just going to copy and paste it. And we're going to change this prev to next instead. Everything is going to be the same, except we're going to change this to a right. I'm going to go down, and the last thing we need to change is from the before icon, we're going to do the next icon. And we're going to change this to has next, even though it doesn't do anything. And that will take care of our arrow icons. And then we got to take care of our images. So what we're going to do is we're going to do object.values hero texture imports. So we're grabbing all those images and we're going to cycle through each one. And we're going to say texture and index. And for each one, we're going to create a box and give it a key of carousel dash image dash index. And inside this, we're going to say image with a closing tag. And we're going to say source equals texture with an alt of carousel dash index. And we're going to give it some styles. So we're going to say width of 100%, a height of 700 pixel, object fit of cover. So most people might not know what this particular CSS property is, but this allows us to be responsive. So if I go back to our completed app, and if I decrease the size of this, what it's doing is cutting off the edges. So it's very nice for responsive behavior without having to do much. So if you go here, the image changes as we go, like the dimensions changes without it being too much of a problem. Now, what you want to understand is that this is a particular type of image. It only works when you have a lot of dead space on the picture. So it's really relevant to your picture that you have. So if you have important information in the picture, you don't mind it getting cut off, or if you mind it getting cut off, this is probably not the solution. So you might have to go with another opportunity. And then what we're also going to do is we're going to say background attachment, and we're going to say fixed to keep it in place. And then with that, below the image closing tag, we're going to say box, and we're going to give it a number of other properties. So we're going to say color is going to be white, padding of 20 pixel. And by the way, this is the container for the text that we're going to create. So if you see, go back, this is what we're trying to create right now. And so we're going to do border radius of 1 pixel, text align left, background color of RGB 000 0.4, so it's opaque, a little bit opaque. We're going to have position absolute, and we're going to say top of 46%. Basically what we're doing is positioning so it's right in the middle of the image from the top, close to it. And we're going to say if it's non-mobile, we're going to give it a left percentage of 10%. But if it is mobile, we're going to say 0. It's so that the item is not positioned in a weird spot. And that's why we have this. And if it's non-mobile, we're going to say undefined for desktop, 0 for mobile. And we're actually just going to copy this 2 more times just so we have the base. The only thing we need to set is we're going to change this to margin 0 space auto. And we're going to say max width of 240 pixel. So now just FYI, like I did not figure this out right from the first get-go. This is just a lot of experimentation. When it comes to CSS, you just have to experiment and you just get better over time with being able to do this. So don't worry if you feel like you won't be able to do it yourself. It takes practice, takes time. CSS is what I call just tedious. It's one of those tedious things that you just have to get over. Over time, you get better. All right, anyways, we're setting the typography. We're going to set the color. And we're going to say -- new items. Now, what I'm doing, I'm just being a little lazy. I'm just going to set the typography to the same thing for each image. But typically, if you want it to change, you're going to have to adjust every single one of these values for each object. And you can basically create an object, cycle through. And we're going to say summer sale over here. And then we're going to give it another typography. And we're going to say discover more. And we're going to set font weight equals bold, color equals shades dot secondary 300. And we're going to set SX is equal to text decoration underline, like so. And that should be pretty much it for it. So let's go to our current version. And as you can see, we have everything. Let's double check if I'm getting any errors. Yeah, those are errors from before. So now we have our carousel. Great. All right, so the next thing on our list is going to be the shopping list. So we're going to pass in a component called shopping list, which we have not created. And we're going to do import shopping list from / shopping list. We're going to close this out, create a new component, and we're going to place it in the home folder because it's on the home page, shopping list.jsx. And I'm going to close this. I'm going to save this, and I am going to create a component called shopping list, like so, and then make sure we export that as well. And then from here, I'm going to import a number of things like usual. So import React, use effect, use state from React. We're going to import tabs from @MUI material / tabs, and then import tab singular from @MUI / material / tab. Import box, if I spelled import correctly, import box from @MUI / material. Actually, let's add this so it's inside brackets, and then we can import typography, and let's actually add tab and tabs like this. I don't know why I did it this way, so we can just remove that. So we have all the items, and then we're also going to import item from the components that we created. So this is where we are actually going to use that component that we created. We're going to also import use media query, and then import use dispatch use selector from React-Redux. And then finally, we're going to import set items from our state. So this is where we're going to use the set items action. And inside this, we're going to do const dispatch equals use dispatch like usual, so that we can trigger the actions. And then const value set value. So we're going to create a use state hook, and we're going to pass in all. So this will represent the value for our filter function. And then we're going to set items is equal to use selector state, and we're going to say state.cart.items. And then I'm going to say is non-mobile, and we're going to say use media query like before. We're going to say min width of 600 pixel. Actually, make sure you close that as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to console log our items with that. So I highlighted. FYI, if you've never seen my videos, I use something called Turbo Console Log. This is a very nice plugin. All you have to do is hit Control-Alt-L after highlighting. So if I highlight this, Control-Alt-Alt, then you get your console log, and it automatically writes it for you. It's perfect. And I highly recommend it because it's very convenient. All right, and then from here, I'm going to create a function called handle change. This will just handle the function for our tabs. Nothing super out of the ordinary. We're going to set value to new value like this. And then from here, we're going to create our get items function. So this is going to call our backend. This is the first function that is going to be asynchronous, defined by async, and that will call the backend to grab the information from our Strapi. And this will grab all the items and the products that we have stored in our database in the backend. So the way we do that, we're going to say const items equals await fetch, and we're going to say http://localhost 1337/API/items. So this is how you normally create or grab your items. You always have to put a /API and then /items. Now, these items also have images attached to them. So you do have to add one more thing, which is going to be populate equals image. So this provides images for each of the item and helps you grab the images along with that. And we're going to set method : get. And there you go. That will basically grab our items. And we're using an asynchronous operation, so we're waiting for it to finish. And by the time it finishes, we're going to say items.JSON. We're going to say await items.JSON, so we can parse that and use that. And we're going to say dispatch set items. So now we're going to set it into our store, and we're going to pass it in items.JSON.data like so. So this function will grab the item list that we have created, but we still have not called it. So we're going to use effect, and we're going to call this API, and we're going to do this with get items like so, pass in empty bracket, and then we're going to say I really don't like ESLint always telling me about this one, because sometimes there are many times where you don't put all the dependencies in useEffect. Personally, I find it really irritating having to constantly write that. So then we're just going to return, and all I'm going to return is just a div and say shopping list. But I want to show how the items look, because I've been constantly telling you that I'm going to show you what's going to be here. So I'm going to save it, and then now we can go back. Okay, it seems like we have an issue in our component item. And it seems like I made a big mistake before. So if you go back to your components item folder, I did not add the icons dash material for the add icon. So you want to save that. And I believe, yeah, that should be working now. And we have our shopping list. And we do have a 403 of forbidden. And so we are getting a forbidden error. So what we need to do is go back to our Strapi dashboard, go down to settings, and under user and permissions plugin, we go to roles, we go to public, and then under each of these, we have item and order, which is what we have created. So under item, we're going to have to set a few of these. So it's going to be find, and then find one, and we save it. And then order, we're going to set create. So this allows for anyone who's not authenticated to be able to access these methods. So find is basically the get role. So we're going to go back, refresh the page, and now we get our items object. And as you can see, we have every single item. We have attributes, images, data, things of that nature. And as you can see, it can get pretty hairy with lots of property calling. So like, for example, attributes, image, data, attributes. Then we go to formats. Then you could choose the type of images. So it can get a little tricky with figuring out what properties you want, but it does provide you lots of information. So that's a huge plus. And if you were to set this up with your own backend application, it can be quite the pain. So now, as you can see, let's go back to item, and I'll show you that we were able to grab image, data, attributes, format, medium, URL. So that is attributes, image, data, formats, medium, URL. So that allows you to grab the images and everything you need. So it provides you way more information than you would normally need. All right, so then we go to shopping list, and then we can continue on and grab whatever we need. So inside our shopping list, we're gonna handle some of the filter over here. So we're gonna say top rated items equals items dot filter. And here we're gonna say for each item, we are going to organize it so that we have item dot attributes dot category is equal to top rated. So this gives us all our top rated items. We're going to do the same thing for new arrivals and bestseller items. So I'm going to copy this, say new arrivals, and same over here with best sellers. Capitalized sellers. Right. And then from here, I'm going to delete the div. This is going to be a box within there. I'm going to give it a width of 80% and a margin of 80 pixel for top and bottom and auto for left and right. So we center it. And inside our box, I'm going to give it a typography with a variant of H3 text align of center. Then I'm going to close that and say are featured products, and the products will be in bold. And then from here, we're going to use the tabs. Tabs is a basic component from material UI. Well, I don't know if it's basic, but it allows us to shift through different tabs, and this will be used for our filter function. And then we're going to use text color of primary with the indicator color of primary as well, with the value that we set in the use state, with on change being the handle change we created earlier. We're going to make sure everything's centered with the centered attribute. We don't need to pass in anything. Tap indicator props, and this will customize our tab indicator. And we're going to say if it's non-mobile, we are going to give it a block, meaning it will be visible. But if it is mobile, we're just going to say none, because it doesn't look good on mobile screens. And then from here, I'm going to give it a few more things for styling. So SX is going to give us margin, M, which is a shorthand for margin, 25 pixels all around. And we're going to target .MUI tabs dash flex container with flex wrap of wrap. So this will style our tabs properly. And within this, we're going to create a bunch of tabs. We're going to say label is going to be all with the value of all. And I'm going to copy this 3 more times and call this new arrivals with camel case new arrivals as the value. Best sellers with space. Same thing with the camel case. And then top rated and top rated for the value. And after that, we're going to say, or we're going to give it a box for each one. And in here, we're going to be using grid. All right, so take a look at that. I'm going to go back to our completed application over here. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to show you the grid right here. Now, just FYI, if you've never seen this, you can actually click on the element and hit grid. That shows you what the grid should look like by clicking this grid button. So now with this, with this, we can see that when we go closer, it automatically moves the items as we go smaller. And once we increase the space, we'll increasingly have more items as we go up. And this is through grid that makes this very possible. And it's very nice because it aligns it to the left. So if you use flex, this would be on both sides. You do flex space between. This last one will have these two items space between. But grid allows us to prevent that and provides a very convenient way for both responsive and desktop like views. So grid, I highly recommend grid whenever it's possible. Whenever you have a list like this, use grid over Flexbox is what I recommend. And I'll show you why, because it's super convenient. So we have box, we're going to say margin of 0 on the top, auto, and we're going to say display of grid. And we're going to use grid template columns. Now this will set up our columns and we don't need to do too much as long as we fulfill it correctly. And we're going to say repeat auto fill. And for each column, it's going to be 300 pixels. So each column will have 300 pixels and it's going to fill it naturally with as many pictures as you need. depending on the space. So if we push back at a certain point and it gets too small, it's going to autofill so that there's 2 of them only left. Same with if you have like more space, if you can conveniently add more, you're going to have 3 of these, or 4 of these in this case. And then just like flex blocks, we can say justify content, and we can say space around. So we determine the gap, and we can say row gap is equal to 20 pixel. The reason why this is not space between is because when you're on the smallest of screen where there's only 1, you want the image to be centered, whereas space between will make it left aligned. So row gap represents the gap from like the images above and below. So that will determine that gap. And the column gap is going to be 1.33%. So the gap between each items. And just by doing that, we're going to have a responsive box list of items. And that's all we need. We don't need to use any media queries for this. This is perfect, and it does everything for us. As long as we have the box component, this will do all the responsive hard work for us. And so from here, we're just going to add value is equal to all. And if it's all in there, what we're going to do is we're going to say items.map. We're going to cycle through each item. And this is where we're going to use the item component that we created. And all we have to do is pass the item from the API call that we made. So each item that we have, and we're going to pass in the key as well. So React doesn't get mad at us. And in here, I'm going to say item.name dash item.id. And I'm going to close this. And that is exactly why we created the item component, because we're going to be reusing it over here 3 more times for each one of them. And so value is equal to new arrivals. And we're going to say new arrivals items like that. Make sure I spelled this correctly. Best sellers over here. And we're going to say best sellers items. And then top rated items. Okay, and let's double check everything's working. So this is our completed app. Let's go to our current app. And there you go. As you can see, we have everything over here. If you hover over it, okay, so we have, this is not space between. So let me actually fix that. Aside from that, everything seems to be working as expected. Perfect. So the only thing we need to fix is this right here. And so if we go back to our item component, seems I made a mistake over here. Display is hovered. I wrote blocked. It should be block instead. So once you have that, that should be perfectly fine. So now we have everything. We have the shopping list. It is responsive with grid. You can filter them as you need, and everything works as expected. Perfect. And the last thing we need specifically just for the home page is going to be our subscribe button over here. So this will be pretty straightforward. We're not going to add the subscribe button for simplicity's sake. Our focus is going to be more on the Stripe and the checkout, but we're just going to add this for UI purposes. So we're going to go back to our application, and we're going to go to our home folder or home component, and we're going to add subscribe, and we're going to import subscribe from /subscribe like so. And I'm going to create a new file in the home component or home folder. Call it subscribe.jsx. I'm going to close all this and save that. Close it as well. And close the Explorer. And then I'm going to create a component called subscribe. And we're going to export default subscribe like this. And I'm going to import our components. So box, input, base, divider, typography, icon, button, all from @MUI material. And then we're going to import mark email, read outlined icon. It's just another icon. So @MUI/icons material/mark email, read outlined, yeah. And then import use state from React. I'm gonna save it to format, and we're just gonna have one piece of state. So email, set email, and we're gonna set use state and put empty quotations in there. And here I'm gonna return, give it some space right there, give it a box, give it a width of 80%, margin of 80 pixel on the top and bottom, and auto, and set text align to center. Inside this, I'm going to have an icon button with the icon that we just created, or imported, I mean. And I'm going to say font size of large. Close that. Inside this, we're going to put typography with variant of H3 here, and write subscribe to our newsletter, and then another typography, and write and receive $20 coupon for your first order when you check out. So you have two typographies here, just so this goes on the next line. That's what typography does. And then we're going to have a box component. So this box component is going to be like a custom made input. So we're just going to have it modified. So we're going to say padding of 2 pixel top and bottom, 4 pixel left and right, margin of 15 pixel top and bottom, auto left and right, display of flex, align items of center, and we're going to say width of 75%, and a background color of F2, F2, F2. And here we're going to use input base. So input base is similar to the input component that Material UI has, except it's just much more stripped down. And that's all we need. And so we're going to say margin left of 1, flex of 1, with a placeholder of enter email. And on change, we are going to set email to the eTarget.value, and then set the value to our email. And that will give us our input section. We also want a divider, and this divider will just be like a vertical divider that we add, and we're going to give it a height of 28, a margin of 0.5, an orientation of vertical. And we're going to have that closing, and we're going to say typography and call this subscribe. Let me spell that correctly. And then in the typography, we're going to say SX is equal to padding of 10 pixel, comma, and we're going to give it a hover with a cursor of pointer. I'm going to save that, and let's double check. It's our completed app. If we go down here, we have everything. We can change it. No functionality over here, but that's okay. And the last thing we're going to add is going to be this footer component over here. Now this has no functionality. It's just going to be more of a UI design kind of thing. So this is going to be a lot of flex, and we're going to have to do some responsive stuff for it. So I'm going to go back, go to our subscribe. Actually, sorry, go to our home. Actually, we're going to our app.js file. And in this app.js file, we're going to, under CartMenu, we're going to write footer. And the footer component will be existing on every page. And so we're going to be importing from the scenes global file or folder. So it's /scenes/global/footer. And we'll be creating this component. So we're going to go to global. We're going to say footer.jsx. And we are going to be coding our footer component. So from here, we're going to have footer. And we're going to say export default footer, like so. We're just going to import a few things. We don't need to import a lot here. So we're going to say use theme from @MUI/material, import box typography. Actually, let me check if I use the correct use theme. Use theme. So if I go here, yeah. Just wanted to double check that I was doing that correctly. So import box typography. We're going to go grab that from MUI material, and we're going to import shades from .. /theme. And inside this, we're going to grab color palette from our material UI, and we're going to say neutral, and we're going to say we grab it from use theme like that, and we're going to return a box and give it a margin top of 70 pixel with a padding of 40 pixel top and bottom, 0 left and right, and give it a background color of neutral dot light. And then from here we have another box component, and inside this we're going to give it a lot of properties. We're going to say width of 80%, margin of auto, display of flex, justify content of space between, flex wrap of rep, row gap of 30 pixel, column gap, and we're going to do clamp. So this will clamp the padding. So we're going to have a max of 40 pixel. So this is the biggest it will go, depending on how large the screen is. 20 pixels at the minimum. So it will always have this level of gap, and it'll prefer to try and be 30 pixel. So clamp is a basic function in CSS that allows you to do this without having to write min width, max width, and all that kind of stuff. So this is so we can do responsive type like functionality with very low effort, I would say. And we're going to say box, we're going to give this a width, and we're going to clamp 20%, 30%, and 40% in terms of width. And then we're going to say there's a typography, like so, e-commerce, and give this a variant of H4, font weight of bold, a margin bottom of 30 pixel in a color of shades.secondary 500. Now, just warning you, this footer section is a lot of responsive things that happened. Don't sweat it. It's just kind of like a lot of trial and error is what I had to do. And this, I just copied some text that I had. This is just some fake text that I added. And then under this first closing box tag, we're going to add the box component. And in this, I'm going to just have a bunch of typography. And we're going to say variant of H4, font weight of bold, and a margin bottom of 30 pixel. And I'm going to say about us. And then from here, I'm going to create a typography as well. And don't worry, after this, we can just copy and paste a lot of the code that we're going to have to write, careers. And then from here, I'm just going to copy and paste this 3 times. So the only thing we need to change is what's inside our typography. So this is going to be terms and conditions, privacy policy. So this is our first vertical box. So that represents right here. So we already created this one. We just created that one. The second one will be quite similar right here, except this is going to be customer care. And we're just going to change all of this text. So this is pretty repetitive. So we're going to say help center, track your order, corporate, and bulk purchasing, returns, and refunds. And the final one, we're actually going to probably copy the first one that we had, and we're going to paste it over here because this is the most similar. We're going to get rid of the div. We don't need that, but we need the clamp. So this is 20. This is going to be 25%, and this is going to be 30. So these are all values. Again, I tried just a lot of trial and error. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy everything inside the typography instead and write contact us. And then get rid of one of these. And in this one, we're just going to write a fake address, 50 North whatever Boulevard, Washington, DC 10501. And we're going to say email something at gmail.com. And the last one is going to be a number. So 222-333-444, like so. And with that, if we go to our app, we should see our footer. Perfect. Our homepage is now fully complete. Now with that, we're going to be creating the item details page. So if we go to our completed application, we're just going to select one of these, and you can see now we have a larger image. We have some description text, information about it. Then we had add to wish list, categories, description, and related products. So we're going to be creating this page. So we're going to go back to our code. We're going to go to item details folder and go to the item details component. There's a lot of things to import, but we're going to go to our component called item, and we're going to copy all the imports from here and paste it into this component. A lot of it is similar. There are definitely things that are different, but we're just going to modify this. So in use state, we're going to add use effect up here. In icon button, box button is all the same, but we can get rid of use theme. In React Redux, we can keep that. We need to import tabs and tab. From React Router DOM, instead of use navigate, we're going to do use params. And we need to change the path because this is in a different folder. We're going to say ... So there's two ... Same with add to cart. And we're going to keep those two icons. We're going to add one more icon. This is going to be favorite border outlined icon from @MUI/icons material favorite border outlined. And we're also going to import item from the components folder that we just went into. And let me double check that we have everything. And it looks like we do. So I'm going to save that. And now I can go and work on the item details component. Okay, and inside the item details, we're going to add a few things. We're going to add dispatch with use dispatch as usual. We're going to do const item ID, and we're going to grab it from use params. So what this is doing is from the params or the URL, we're going to grab the item ID. So as you can see, when I clicked on this product, we had this item ID. And that's exactly what we're grabbing from use params. And if you can see, if we go back to app.js, this is the params. And this is how we retrieved it. Item ID refers to this value right here. Okay, and then from here, we're going to do value, set value, and we're going to set use state, and we're going to set the description. So this is the difference between description and review, because there's tabs for that. And we're also going to set the count, set count, and use state of 1. So this is the count of how many we want to add to the cart. This is before we add to the cart, so this is local state. And we're going to do const item set item use state of null. So when we go to this page, this is the item that we're grabbing from the backend. So we're going to be making another API call to grab this specific item via the item ID, and we'll be able to grab this single item and save it. Also, we're going to save items, and this is for related products section. And we're going to set this use state as an empty array. And then from here, we're going to set handle change, and this is for the tabs again. And we're going to be setting this real quick. Set value is equal to new value. And then from here, we're going to set an async function, and this time it's going to be get item. So we're going to get a single item in this case. So we're going to create item. We're going to wait for this to fetch. And we're going to call http://localhost 1337 API/items/ $ curly brackets item ID. So this is how you grab a single item. Is the same endpoint, except you just pass the item ID. And then we're going to hit question mark populate equals image, like we've done before, to grab the image as well. And we're going to do method : get, like so. And then inside here, we're also going to do items item JSON equals await item.json. So we turn it into a JSON format, and then we're going to do set item is going to be item JSON.data. And then for the related products, now what you would do normally with the related products is find the related products for each item, and then you would have some functionality in the backend to determine that. But for our case, we're going to keep it simple, and we're going to set get items. And all we're going to do is just going to grab the items like we did before. So if we go back to our shopping list, we're just going to copy and paste this. So it's exactly the same API. And instead of it being dispatch, we're going to just set the local state. And all we're doing for the related products, I know this is not what you're supposed to do, but we're just going to get the first 4 items and set that. And so with our use effect, what we're going to do is we're going to do get item and get items. So we call both of these API calls. And the only time we change this is item ID. And we're going to disable the ESLint like we have done before. Just like that. Okay. And then from here, we're going to set a box component. And inside this box, we're going to set width of 80%, a margin of 80 pixel on the top and bottom, as well as auto on the left and right. And inside this, we're going to set another box. And this one is going to have a display of flex and a flex wrap of wrap. So it wraps downwards. And we're going to set the column gap of 40 pixel. I'm going to close that. So before I go on, let me show you what's happening here with the Flexbox. So we have pesticide, and it's going to show you what I'm doing with this. So we have the Navbar, of course, and we have a div component that represents everything, and we have a width of 80% containing this item. And then we have it split into 2 sections over here with the space between. Now, if you close this small enough, what happens is this is going to go onto the next line. And that's why we have the flex wrap. So it wraps to the next section and it takes up the entire space after that. And then from here, as you can see, there's Flexbox here with space between. And then we just have a bunch of divs right here. This also has a flex. This is left aligned. Same with over here. We have flex. This is space between or space around, actually center. I think that's center. And then flex over here as well. And as you can see, all I'm doing is playing a lot with flex so we align things properly. And now if we go back to our code, we're going to make that happen. And then from here, we're going to have the images section. So I'm just going to say box like so, and we're going to have flex of 1, 1, 40%. So the image will take up 40% of the width with a flex basis again of 40%. And the margin bottom is going to be 40 pixel. And we have to set that specifically when it's responsive. So when the items wrap, you're going to have a margin bottom of 40 pixel. And we're going to have an image tag. And in here, we're going to set the alt to be item ? dot name. And again, the question mark is if it's optional. So if item exists, then we can set the name. Otherwise, if it doesn't, this doesn't give an error, but it gives us undefined, which is what we want. We don't want it to error out. And we're going to set a width of 100%. So it takes 100% of the width of the parent component. We're going to set a height of 100%. And we're going to set a source of http://localhost. And we're going to set this to 1337. And this is going to be the long value. So item ? attributes ? dot images or image singular ? data dot attributes dot formats dot medium dot URL. Unfortunately, there's no way to get around calling some of these, but it's workable. And we're going to set object fit to be contain. So this will help us with the responsiveness of this image. And then that will give us our image. And then from here, we're going to call this actions. So this is the right side. And we're going to set this as box. And we are going to do flex of 50%. So it doesn't take up 60%, but it takes up 50. And we're going to set this as 40 pixel. And then from here, we do box with the display of flex and justify content of space between. And in here, we're going to set box of home/item. Now this doesn't have anywhere it goes to. Normally you would have some kind of functionality, but for simplicity's sake, there's still a lot of things to do. So I'm just going to keep this as placeholders. And then from here, I'm going to create another box. And this one is going to be margin of 65 pixel on the top, 0 pixel on the right, 25 pixel on the bottom, and 0 on the left. So this is the first time we're encountering this, but this is a shorthand. If you have 4 items right here, this represents the top, right, bottom, left. So basically clockwise, starting from the top. And then we're going to do typography, and we're going to set some values. So before I do that, I'm going to copy this 2 more times because we're going to do that. And we're going to set variant of H3 over here. And inside this, we're going to say item, attributes, name. This one is going to be item, attributes, dot price. And this one has a typography where we're going to say a margin top of 20 pixel. And in here, we're going to say item, attributes, long description. I'm going to save that and go on to the next line. We're going to say box, display of flex, align items of center, and min height of 50 pixel. And we're going to set the box over here with display of, let's actually just copy this right here. I don't want to write that again. And we're going to say border of string template 1.5 pixel solid. And we're going to pass in shades dot neutral 300. And then we're going to say margin right of 20 pixel and a padding of 2 pixel top and bottom, 5 pixel left and right. Close the box. We're going to save it so it reformats. And inside our box, we're going to go back to, I think it was in the item section. Yeah, in our item section, we're going to copy this over again because we're doing it the same thing as we done before. And we're just going to change a few things. So instead of the color, we're going to set this to SX P of 0 and 5 pixel. And this one, yeah, we're going to keep it as 1, set count plus 1. So everything is the same. And the reason why we didn't componentize, I felt like there wasn't really a need. You use it maybe 3 times, not too much code. And sometimes you have to change it, so making it dynamic is kind of annoying. So that's why I didn't do it. And then from here, now the first closing box. So just be careful because there's a lot of boxes, so it's easy to misplace it. So right here, right under the first box, we're going to set button. Close that. We're going to say add to cart. And I'm going to style this and do SX is equal to background color. And since this is a one-time thing, we're going to say 222. That is 6 of them, yeah. And then from here we have color, which is white, border radius of 0, min width of 150 pixel, padding of 10 pixel, 40 pixel. And also we're going to do an on click as well. So like before, we're going to do dispatch add to cart, and we're going to pass in item item comma count. So we need to pass the count as well as the entire item that we have retrieved from the backend. All right, and then from here, I want to label this, and this will be basically, let's just call this count and button. So we know where that particularly ends and finishes. And with that, below this first closing box after the button, we're going to create another box over here. And we're going to say, we're going to give it a box within the box, which is going to have a margin of the for shorthand is going to be 20 pixels at the top, 0 on the right, 5 pixel on the bottom, 0 on the left, and we're going to set display of flex. And in here, we're going to pass in favorite border outline icon. And again, this is not going to have any functionality for the sake of simplicity. And we're going to pass in typography, and we're going to say add to wish list. And inside here, we're going to say SX margin left of 5 pixel. And then over here, we're going to say typography and set categories with item question mark attributes question mark category, like so. And we'll be finished with this particular section. So there's going to be 3 closing boxes here. So be careful where you're moving on to the next section, and we're going to say information. And this will be the description and reviews section. And this is pretty straightforward. There's no fancy functionality over here. We're going to set box over here. We're going to do the tabs that we set before with value equal to value over here. With on change, we're going to say handle change in this. And we're going to give it a tab of label description, a value of description. And we're going to close that. Give it one more tab. And we're going to say label is reviews with value of reviews. And close this section as well. And then from here, below this box, we're going to say box of display flex, flex wrap, with wrap that, and a gap of 15 pixel. And inside this, we're going to say value, if it's equal to description, we're going to display a div that represents item dot attributes long description, and close that. And we're also going to do value if it is equal to reviews. In this case, since we don't have review information and that would be a longer feature, we're just going to say reviews. And then finally, we're going to have the related items section at the bottom. And this one will be quite quick. So we're going to do box margin top of 50 pixel with a width of 100%. And inside this, we're going to say typography, give it a variant of H3 with a font weight of bold, close that, and we're going to say related products. And from there, we're going to have one more box section, and it will have margin top of 20 pixel, display of flex wrap of wrap, column gap of 1.33%, and justify content of space between. This is very similar to the grid, except this is only one line, so that's why we're only doing flex. We don't need the grid. And we're going to say items.slice, and like I said, we are only going to take the first 4 items for this as a shorthand, and we're going to say map, pass in item and index. And here we're going to pass in the item component like we did before. Give it a item.name value with our index, and pass in, actually close this, and we're going to set item equals item like so, and make sure we close the item component. And with that, let's double check everything is working. So this is our completed app. If we go to our page, we hit one of these, and we see everything working as we expect it to do. Plus, minus, no issues, everything is here. Perfect. That our item details page is completely finished. Now I can add to cart. We can see the cart menu. Now the last thing we need to do is the checkout page. So if I go to the completed app and I add an item, maybe 2 items, go over here, we can go to our checkout page. This checkout page will be consisting of a form that's a multi-stepper, and as well as a payment integration that will have Stripe as well. So we're going to be doing that next. So I'm going to close the item details and item as well. And now I'm just going to go to our checkout page over here. Now in our checkout page, we're going to do the usual and import a few things. We're going to import use selector from React Redux. We're going to import a number of things from Material UI, so box, button, stepper, which is a new component that we're going to be using, step, and step label. It's going to be from @MUI/material. And then from here, we're going to import Formik. So Formik is a form library that makes it easy for us to validate and do the functionality we need. And we're also going to use import use state as usual. We're going to use IntelliSense to figure that out. Then import everything as yup from yup. So yup is the validation library. So it's going to help us validate our form. And we're also going to import shades from ... theme as well. And then from here, I'm going to go and write const active step, comma, set active step. So this will determine what step of the process we are at. And we're going to set use state of 0. And inside here, I'm going to set const cart is equal to use selector with state. And I'm going to say state.cart like usual. And I'm going to give it 2 steps. So const is first step. I'm going to set that as active step is equal to 0, and const is second step. And we're just going to do active step is equal to 1. And then from here, I'm going to create a function called handle form submit. So this is the function that will be triggered once the form is fully submitted. And I'm just gonna create a skeleton component, and all I'm gonna do is set active step to be active step +1. Now I'm gonna add a lot more things in here, but we'll do it as we go along. And then also we're gonna have another function called make payment, and this will be asynchronous. Pass in values, but for now we're just gonna leave it blank. So this is where we're gonna do a lot of Stripe logic in here, but we're gonna keep it simple like that for now. Inside here, I'm gonna delete the box, and we're gonna say box like this, and I'm going to say width of 80%, a margin of 100 pixel on the top and bottom with an auto of left and right. And I'm going to do stepper. So I'm going to add the stepper component, and we're going to set the active step to be equal to the active step value that we have already set. And we're going to give it a margin of 20 pixel for top and bottom, 0 for left and right. And inside the stepper component, we're going to have a step, actually 2 steps. And the first step label is going to be billing. And I'm going to copy this thing, and we're going to set this one as payment. And then in here, I'm going to create a box component. And inside this box component, I'm going to add Formik and close that. So this is going to provide a way for Formik to be able to handle a lot of the values on submit and validation for us in a very convenient manner. I prefer Formik when you're using Material UI. When you're using a component library that's hard to integrate, Formik is my preferred choice because you don't have to abstract it like React hook form. So in this case, I believe Formik is a choice. So on submit, I'm going to give it handle form submit. So when we finish our form and we fill it out, this is going to trigger that function that we created. We're going to have initial values of set with initial values that we have not created yet, and a validation schema. And again, we have not created this yet. So actually, let's go and create our initial values. So I'm going to go to the top of checkout. I'm going to say initial values, and I'm going to set billing address like this. And I'm going to say first name is empty string, last name empty string. Actually, I'm going to copy this section so it's pretty easy. So we have country, paste, street 1, paste it, street 2, paste, city, same thing, state, same thing, zip code, same thing. And then from here, since we have billing address and shipping addresses pretty much identical, we're going to copy and paste and just change this to shipping address. And we're also going to add one more parameter. It's going to be is same address. And this will determine if right here, if this is true, then we're going to copy all of the values in billing address into shipping address. But the is same address has to be inside shipping address, and I'll get to that on why that is, as opposed to being outside here. We're going to say email is empty string, phone number is empty string here. And that will be set up our initial values. And then from here, we're going to set up checkout schema, which is, this is going to be the validation. So what we saw here, validation schema, this is what this is going to be. So this is going to be an array, and we're going to set yup.object.shape like so. And the reason why we need to set this as yup.object.shape is because this is in an object. And that's why we need to enclose this one with this. And we're going to say billing address like so, and say yup.object.shape. And we're going to pass in everything we basically had, and we're going to modify what this is going to be. So I'm going to copy that. And here, instead of the string, I'm going to say yup.string required, and we're going to pass in required. So what this is doing is going to make sure that when you validate, it has to be a string and it needs to be there. It has to be required. So meaning you cannot submit a form without this value. And if you don't, it's going to give you an error. This is the string that's going to give you the error. And instead of everything else, we're just going to go copy all of this, or select all the double quotes and pass everything in. The only one that we're going to change is street 2. We don't need to be required. Now, obviously, in a normal situation, you're going to deal with all the validation, but it's going to take too long. So this is as far as the validation we're going to be doing. And so we're going to go, I'm going to copy this again for shipping address and change this billing to shipping. Now there's one thing different about this one, is we're going to say is same address because we have that, and this is going to be yup.boolean like so. However, for these, we need to only validate. So this is the tricky part. So when we have is same required, if it's same address, we don't want this to be validating, or else we won't be able to submit the form because these are going to be empty strings. And that's why it's going to trigger an error. So we need a condition to say when is same address is false, we can make this required. But if it's true, we're not going to make it required at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to do .then pass in is same address like so. I'm going to pass in an object inside this. We're going to say is false, and then that's when we require this to be a required validation. So actually, let's get rid of this and close this parentheses. So let me just recap what's happening. So basically, we're going to say this is string, but when is same address is false, we're going to make it required. But if it's true, just realize this is not going to happen. So it's just going to say yup.string. So it's not required when it's true. That's what this is basically saying. And that's why we needed this to be in the same object as shipping address, not outside. It doesn't work if is same address is out here. It's just a quirk. And so what we're going to do is we're actually just going to copy this for every single one of these, except for street 2, like we did before. So I'm going to paste it for those. I'm going to skip street 2. I'm going to go down to city and paste it all over here. And it seems like we have a prettier problem, meaning some syntax is not working. Okay. That's simply because we don't have any value for this. But before we do that, there's one thing we're still missing. We need to finish up our checkout schema. And as you notice with our checkout schema, we have an array. Yup.object, this represents the first element of the array. And it's enclosed over here actually. And from here, we're going to do another one, yup.object.shape. And we're going to pass an email, yup.string required, pass in required like this. And we're going to do the same thing with phone number, yup.string required, required. So this represents the second step. So when you do a stepper, you have this as the first step. Oops. This is the first step and this as the second step. So that's how you can work Formik with yup validation to validate on the correct step. So when you first press the next button, this validation will trigger. Then the second time you press that same button, this is going to be triggering for the second form or the second page. And with that, what we need to do and pass in the validation schema is checkout schema. And we're going to pass in active step like so. So this is how we have the validation depending on which step we are at. And then from here, we're going to do the Formik. Has some funky syntax right here, but it's pretty simple once you get the hang of it. So we have values, errors, touched, handle blur, handle change, handle submit, and set field value. And then we're gonna actually inside over here, before the closing curly braces, I'm going to add parens. Let me make sure I did that correctly. Yeah, parens and closing bracket. And inside here, we need to pass in a form HTML element. And this is where we're going to do on submit, pass in handle submit that we just got from here. So this is like the funky syntax that Formik has. But once you have this set up, now you can do anything you want inside this form, and you can use these values to your benefit. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say is first step, and we are going to create the shipping component. So this is going to be the first step component. And we're going to pass in a lot of the values that we received over here. So we're going to say values, errors, same with touched, handle blur, handle change, and then set field value. And we'll be creating this component. So let's go up, and we're going to import first. Import shipping from ./shipping, and we're going to create this component over here in the checkout file and call this shipping JSX. And we're going to create the component real quick. And we're going to do export default shipping like so. So we're going to save both of those. And we're going to start from here. We're going to be adding some imports here. So we're going to import box, checkbox, form control label, and typography. And we're going to get this all from @MUI/material. And we're also going to import address form, which is going to be another component we have now created. And I'll show you what we're going to use this for. And inside the shipping, we're going to have some parameters that are going to be passed down into this component. And that's the same values that we received over here. So if we go down to the shipping component, we're going to actually just copy this and just move all of this over. And I'm going to highlight equals and the left curly braces and do Command D, and I'm going to hold Shift Command and press right. So hold Shift Command right, and it'll select everything from the left side. We're going to erase that and just put a comma. So now we have all our values. Just little quick tips. And then we're going to do return, and we're going to pass in box with a margin of 30 pixel and auto as the left and right margins. And inside here, we're going to say billing form, and we're going to give it a box like so. And inside here, we're going to say typography SX margin bot of 15 pixel, font size of 18 pixel, and we're going to say billing information. And inside here, we're going to create the address form component. So now the reason why I'm creating this as a separate component is the address form represents 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These 8 fields. We're just going to copy this over to the shipping information. So that's why we create a separate component, so we don't have to write the same code twice. But to do so, we're going to have to pass in some parameters in here. So we're going to pass in billing address. So this is the form for the billing address one. And we're going to set the value of values.billing address. And we're going to go back to checkout, so we don't have to copy this constantly. So we're just going to highlight from errors, touched, handle change. So we're going to paste all of those in. Now let me clarify what errors and touched are. So values is pretty straightforward. So that's the value when you type in, that's going to keep track of the value that whatever the user is typing. Errors represent like the error text that's provided in the validation schema. So if you go back, so if there is an error, it's going to have required as the error value. Otherwise, it's going to be an empty string. And then touched is going to represent whether someone has clicked on the field, whether that field has been touched at all via whether it's clicking or if they're typing, then is touched becomes true after that. Otherwise, is touched will be false. And that's what this touched value represents. And handle blur is the function that handles when you click on it or click on the input and you click out of it. This is the function that handles it. So we need to pass that in. Formik handles this function and we just have to pass it in. Handle change is obviously the value that gets changed when the user is typing. So this will handle that functionality. So that's the billing form. And then we're going to have to create a box. And we're going to say margin box is equal to 20 pixel. And this section is going to represent the checkbox that we have over here. So same for shipping address. So we're going to have to create a form control label and have it a closing tag. And inside this, we're going to give it a control of check box. And we're going to make that a closing tag. And inside this checkbox, we're going to have a default of checked. So by default, it's going to keep checked. We're going to have a value of values.shipping address.is same address. Now, if you ever wonder how I'm getting these values and how I know what to do, always just refer to Material UI documentation. It's very good, has everything you need, has lots of examples, so you can just copy and paste whenever you need it. And if not, you can just go on Stack Overflow, find the question. There's a lot of support for this. So what I'm doing is just, it's not hard. You can definitely figure it out. You can just Google it most of the time. And so on change, we're going to use our set field value function so that we can change a value inside Formik manually with this one. So we're going to say shipping address dot is same address. So that's how we refer to the is same address field. And we're just going to grab the values from shipping address. And if it's the same address, we're going to flip the Boolean. So it's just going to check it if it's unchecked and then uncheck it if it's already checked. And the last thing we need from the form control label is going to be the label. So that's going to say same for shipping address. And that will represent our checkbox. And before we create the address form, I'm going to create shipping form like this. And in here, I'm going to say if values.shipping address for is same address is not checked, we're going to create a box. We're going to close that box, and we're going to give it a typography. We're just going to copy this over here, and we're going to call this shipping information. Shipping information. And I'm going to copy this address form as well, and we're just going to change some values. So let me save that. We're going to say shipping address over here, same with the values, shipping address. And with that, now we can create our address form. So I know this form is going to be quite hefty. But it's mostly just tedious kind of work. It's nothing too difficult. Now you can always set up the component the way you want, but this is the way I'm doing it. So we have an address form. And we're going to pass in all the values again, like so. We're going to export default address form, like so. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go shipping. I'm just going to pass in everything that we have over here again. And inside here, I'm going to hit all the equal sign, do Command Shift right, delete everything, press comma. So we have everything we need. Now, there are a few things we want to import. We're going to import use media query from MUI material. We're going to import text field component from MUI material. And actually this should be inside here actually. Text field like this. And then we're also going to import box. And there's going to be a function. This one is kind of weird. This is going to be called getIn from Formik. This is a quirk of it, and I'll tell you what this will be used for. So inside our component, we're going to do const is non-mobile, and we're going to use media query, and we're going to set the min width to 600 pixel like usual. And we're going to create a number of functions just for code readability. These functions allow for better code readability. And we're going to call this formatted name. So the way we are grabbing the fields is we're going to grab the type. So in this case, this will be billing address or shipping address. So billing address, for example, dot whatever field we are passing in. So we are just creating a function that allows us to format the name easily with just the field. So whatever type it is, dot whatever field it is. And then from here, we're going to create formatted error. And we're going to pass in field as a parameter. And this one is going to be weird because this is part of Formik. And we're going to use getIn as a function. So touched formatted name field. And getIn errors.formatted name field. So let me explain what's happening with this. So in here, we're going to grab a Boolean, and we're going to check first if the formatted name, so for example, billing address.name is an example. That's going to be the text over here. And we're going to check the touched object to see if this is true or false. And the reason why we use get in is so that when we are referencing something via this inside touched, we have to use this function or else it won't be able to grab the field. So anytime you're nesting an object inside of Formik, you do have to use this function. One thing I don't like about Formik. And then we're going to do the same thing with errors. So we're going to grab, for example, billing address.name. And inside the errors, we want to grab the error, see if that's true or not. So formatted error will tell us if these are both true. And if either one of these is false, we're not going to show an error. But both of these have to be true for us to get a true of error. Let me make sure that is correct. Yeah. So we have get in touched. So if that's true, and if we have errors, that's true, then we're going to show the error. Yeah. So if when it's touched, this will be true, then the error will be showing after that. And then we're going to do formatted helper. And we're going to give it a field, and we're passing in get in again, touched, and we're going to say formatted name field like we did before. And actually, we're just going to copy this entire thing. This time, this is the actual text error. So because we don't have Boolean, this one is wondering if there's an error at all. So it's checking if there is even an error. This one is actually showing the error. And there's our function. So that is the most confusing part about this, because the only thing that's making it confusing is that we're using nested objects. So when you're using Formik, try to avoid nested objects if you possibly can, or else you'll get something funky. And then from here, we're going to use grid. And we're going to use grid, and it's going to be nice for us for responsive. So we're going to do display of grid with a gap of 15 pixel. And we're going to say grid template columns. And we're going to say repeat for min, max, 0, 1 fractional unit. So what this is doing is this time we're going to repeat 4 times. So we're going to split it into 4 fractions, essentially, with a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 1 fraction. So when you have the minimum possible space for a unit, when you split the grid into 4s, it can be 0 size. And the maximum it can be is 1 fractional unit. So basically, in this case, it would be 25%. From 0 to 25% is what you would see, because this is 4. And finally, we're going to say SX. And what we're going to do is that we're going to do and we're going to target the child div. And we're going to give this a grid column of, if it's non-mobile, we're going to say undefined. So we're not going to affect it. Otherwise, we're going to give it a span of 4. So what this is doing is we're targeting anything of an immediate child in the box. And if it's only on mobile screens, we're going to give it a span of 4. So let me show you what this means. So this is very confusing. So right here, this is our desktop version. So we have a split of 4. So actually, let me mark this. So let me show you the grid display. So as you can see, we have this split into 4. So this is a span of 2, first name. Same with last name. Country is span of 4. Then we keep doing street address, span of 2. City is span of 2. And then we see state. This is a span of 1. This is a span of 1. So this is what we have originally. And that's what grid template columns will allow us to do. And for each one, we're going to set the span. So once I write first name for this text field, I'm going to give this a span of 2 specifically. I'm going to do the same thing for last name. So that's how we have control over our grid. Now, if I go and I make this smaller, what's going to happen is everything is going to be on its own line. And that's because when I said it is mobile, we're going to give it a span of 4. So each of these input fields is going to take up the entire space. And that's how we're doing the grid responsive. So that's what this specifically is doing. And it makes it so easy. We have to use media query once on this top box. And we just have to set the proper span for each text field below. Now I'll show you how we set the span for each one. But before that, let's create our text field. And I'll show you why I like Formik for this. So we're going to use full width to cover up the full width of it. We're going to say text of type, and we're going to say label is going to be first name. We're going to give it an on blur of handle blur, so that's what we are passing in. On change will be the handle change function, and then values, or value, is going to be values.first name, like so. Let me make sure I did not spell it right. So values, that should be plural. Actually, let's go back here. These should be plural, values. Yeah, values over here. So in the shipping component, make sure these are plural because I made a mistake. So we're going to save that. I'm going to save that over here. But this right here should be singular for the text field. And then name is going to be formatted name. So this is where the function comes in. Formatted any first name. This is the reason why I created these functions, is so that it all fits on one line. Otherwise, it looks very ugly and it's hard to read. So we're going to give it formatted error and pass it first name as well for the error, and then helper text, and I'm going to say formatted helper first name. And finally, this is where the span comes in. I'm going to do SX grid column span of 2. So remember, this is first name. This has a span of 2, so only spans 2. But remember, if it goes below the breakpoint, which is non-mobile, so if it is on mobile screens, we're going to do a field per line. Because if it's a span of 2 on small screens, it's hard to see. You always want it to be like 1 item per line. That's how it usually works on mobile. So now with this is quite a bit, but the beautiful thing about this is we can just copy and paste this, and all we have to do is we're going to change this manually, last name, and we're going to change first name. So we're going to do Command D, Command D, Command D, and we're going to say last name like that. And we have all those values perfectly copied over. And we're going to keep doing this for each of the field. We just have to modify it slightly. So the next one is going to be country. Country like that. And we're going to do the same thing with street address. Now, if you look at this, you might be like wondering, oh, okay, it's cool and all, but this takes up a lot of space. Maybe there's a better way. But personally, I don't like abstraction. If you're using a material UI component, it's preferable not to abstract a material UI component unless you need to. And having it all over here means you can change it at any time easily. So if you ever wanted to change the label or the name of this is very straightforward to edit. And that's why I like doing it like this. When you have lots of abstraction, it gets really annoying to change all those fields. So that's why this is preferable. So I'm going to change this to street 2. And let me make sure I did not mess this up. A country should be span of 4. Street address span of 2. Street address true should be a span of 2 as well. And we go down. We want to copy paste this. And this will be city. And we're going to change street to command D, command D, command D, as city. We're going to do a couple more. So we're going to say next field state. Change this dot city to city, or state, I mean. And we're going to change this to 1 FR, actually. So that's basically span of 1. And do the same thing for the last. This should be zip code. And then we're going to do zip code over here. All right. And then from here, I believe it should be working. So this is our completed app. Let's go to our current app. And it seems like we have a mistake as expected. So is first is not defined. Where did I even define is first? So that should be, it seems like is first is coming from the checkout component. So if I go here, you see where the first is in the form. This should be is first step. So that was a silly mistake. So I go here, save it. This is our current app and it's working. Go to our checkout page and we have our fields and we have required validation. If we close this, we should see everything goes onto their own line. And let's actually, it seems like I have some errors. Let's refresh this. Okay, I think it's fine. That was from before. So the errors are not relevant to what we have right now. And so there we go. And with that, now we can actually fill out handle form submit a little more. So the first thing we're going to do is create the logic where we copy the billing address onto the shipping address. So I'm going to say copies the billing address onto shipping address as a comment. And in here, if we are at the first step and values.shipping address.is same address is basically true, then we are going to run this actions. So here we're going to say set field value and say shipping. Oops. We're going to say shipping address. And we're going to write dot 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 values dot billing address and is same address to be true. Just note that values, I changed this. This was originally singular if you were copying it. Make sure this is plural because that's what I'm using over here. With this, we have shipping address and we're basically copying everything in the billing address object and pasting into the shipping address value. This is what happens when you click the next button on the first step. So basically, when you click the next button, what's happening is all the values in the billing address will be copied onto the shipping address as well when it's true. If it's not true, then this is not going to happen. And then we're going to write if is second step. We're going to say make payment values. Now we haven't covered the second step yet. We'll be getting to that shortly and we'll be filling out make payment. And then here we're going to say actions.setTouched. And we're going to put an empty object because we want to reset the validation every time we go to the next step. But yeah, so the actions is values that we get from Formik, and they provide you lots of these functions so you can look at the documentation on what they provide if you need something in the handle form submit function. Anyways, we can go down and we're going to add the buttons now. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a box, display a flex, justify content of space between, and a gap of 50 pixel. And inside this box, inside this box, I'm going to say if it is second step, we are going to be creating a button that says back. Or yeah, a button that says back. And in here, we're going to give it some properties. We're going to say full width, color of primary, variant of contained, SX of background, color with shades primary of 200, box shadow of none, color of white, border radius of 0, padding of 15 pixel at the top, 40 pixel left and right. And when we hit on click, we're going to set active step to active step -1. So basically, if we're on the second step, we're going to show this button basically, and we're going to be able to go back to the previous step. And finally, we need the next button. So we're actually just going to copy this entire thing and adjust it from there. So instead of back, this should be next. We're going to change this to a type of submit. So we need to configure this to be the submit button for Formik. That's how Formik will know that when you click this button, it's going to run the handle form submit function. So that's how it knows. And then from here, I'm going to change the background color to primary 400 instead. And we're going to change the next to involve, if it is first step, we're going to show the text next. Otherwise, if we're on the second step, we're going to show place order, like so. And with that, let's actually create the second step. So we've done the first step. We're just going to copy and paste it right below the shipping. And we're going to say is second step. And we're going to change this to payment right here. And we're actually just going to keep everything the same, and we'll be creating this component now. So I'm going to go up. I'm going to import payment from ./payment. And then go back to our checkout folder. We're going to create a new file, payment, JSX. And I'm going to write the skeleton for the component. So payment, like so. And we're going to just export default payment. And then I'm going to close this. And I will import just a few things. So this component is a lot less involved than the shipping one. So this will be pretty easy. So we're going to have box typography import from @mui material. Then we're going to import text field from MUI material. I'm going to go down. I'm going to just return a basic box over here. And inside this, we're going to pass in the parameters of values, touched, errors, handle blur, and handle change. And then inside this box, we're going to say margin of 30 pixel top and bottom and 0 left and right. And we're going to say contact info. So this will just have two different fields. It's just going to have email and phone number. So pretty straightforward. So we're going to say typography over here, given an SX of margin bottom 15 pixel. And we're going to say font size of 18 pixel over here. We're going to say contact info inside here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to address form. And we're just going to copy this text field. We're going to make some modifications, of course, but it should have most of the same properties. So after I copy this, I'm going to change this to email capitalized. And then from here, I'm actually going to change these formatted names, formatted errors, and formatted helper. Because as you can see, we don't need those get-in functions, nor do we need to format. Because if you go back, email and phone number are not in a nested object like this. So we don't need to do anything fancy. All we have to do, for example, in the name, is set this as just email. And in error, we just have to do double Boolean, or double, what was it? Double negative, I guess. So basically this converts it into a Boolean. And errors.email. Yeah, I forgot the name of this, but basically what this is doing is it converts this, even though it could be a value, it's basically converting it to a Boolean forcefully. And in the helper text, we're going to just say touched email and errors.email. And then make sure you go to the value. We're going to change this to email as well. And in the grid column, we're going to say for margin bottom of 15 pixel. So just note that this is a text field of email. We didn't need to add the formatting that we did before. So this is a much more basic example. And this is why I like Formik. We can pass these properties in directly into Material UI. So it integrates very well with Material UI. And we have full control. And so this is the email. This takes up the entire space because we have span of 4 in this case. And we're going to copy and paste it for another one. And we're going to say phone number this time. And keep all of these the same. We're just going to change these guys and say phone number like that. And then make sure we get rid of margin bottom. We don't need that for this one. And then that is our payment function. Now I look at it, this was a simple mistake. So if I move the text field into MUI material, that should fix the problem. So now with that, we have most of everything set up. Now all we need to do is essentially sign up for Stripe. And we're going to create the Stripe logic. So first thing you want to do is go to the Stripe dashboard and make sure you register. All right, once you have registered and signed in to Stripe, we're going to see our dashboard. We're going to go to the top right and see a section called Developers. We're going to click on that. We're going to go to API keys, and we're going to copy the publishable key right here. We're going to be using the secret key as well, but not just yet. And we're going to go back to our code, and in our checkout file, we're going to go to the top, and we're going to say const stripe promise equals load stripe, and we are going to paste our publishable key over here, and we are going to import load stripe from a package we have not installed yet. So we're going to go load stripe from at stripe slash stripe dash JS, like so. And from here, I'm going to open up the terminal. I'm going to hit this plus button to create a new terminal, new terminal, and we're going to go cd into client. And this is where we're going to install the package that we just imported. So at stripe slash stripe JS. And once that's installed, I'm going to close that new terminal, and I'm going to close the terminal so we have more space. And from here, I'm going to close these tabs over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down and go to the make payment section so we can fill this out. So in here, we're going to say const stripe is equal to await stripe promise. So we're waiting for it. And we're going to give it a request body. And in this request body, we're going to pass in a few values. So first one is going to be username. So values.firstName, comma, values.lastName. And we're going to join these two with an empty space. So we have like a full name with the username. And we're going to say email is going to be values.email. And the products, we're going to do cart.map. So we're going to grab everything in the cart that we have currently, and we're going to grab the ID of count of each item in the cart, and we are going to return the ID and the count as properties, and that will be our product section. So we're creating a new array with ID and count as for each value. And we'll be creating an API call with this. We're going to say response is going to be await fetch. And now this is where we are going to use the orders model that we created earlier in Strapi. So to reach that, we're going to do http://localhost 1337 API/orders, comma, and we're going to do method post like so. We're going to say headers is going to be content-type :application JSON, and we're going to say body. So we're going to stringify that body, request body. And then with that, we are going to make sure we format that. Actually, this should be await space response.json. So like usual. And what we're finally going to do is we're going to redirect to checkout once we get the response back. So this will help us grab the session ID from the backend, and it will redirect us to the confirmation page, and we'll set up the configuration on the backend. And with that, we have the Stripe logic completed on the front end. So basically what's happening on the second step, when the user clicks place order, we're going to run this function, so make payment. So we're going to run the Stripe function, we're going to call an API to the backend, and we're going to redirect the user after that happens. So we're going to have to do some logic actually on the back end. That we're going to go to our Explorer. I'm going to close client, and I'm going to open up server. So now we're going to go into our source directory. We're going to look at API, go down to order, and we're going to go into controllers and go to order.js. So this is where we're going to do most of our logic with Strapi and Stripe. So this will this page is where we're going to write our Stripe functionality. So we're going to handle a lot of the backend, and Strapi provides this controller so you can modify the backend anytime you want in any way. But before we do that, we need to install one more package into the Strapi backend. So and here is where we're going to do most of our logic. And here in this controller is where we can customize the Strapi API, so we can run a function before Strapi does what it's doing. So we can provide some logic before that, so we can integrate Stripe in here as well. And before we do that, I'm going to create a new terminal. I'm going to go into server, and we need to install Stripe onto the backend this time. So this time it's going to be npm I Stripe. So not at Stripe/Stripe.js, just Stripe. So we're going to go and install that. And while we're waiting, we can go and we can say const stripe is equal to require stripe, and I'm going to say process.env.stripe secret key. So let me explain what's happening. So this, we're using require stripe because we're using Node and we don't have the import modules, or we could configure it, but it's better to just use require. And we're grabbing an environment variable that we have not created yet. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to go down into the .env file in the server folder. And I'm going to paste stripe, not paste, but I'm going to write stripe secret key. And like I said before, if we go back to the Stripe website, we're going to be using this secret key. This account doesn't really matter, but I'm going to do this off screen. So basically, you're just going to paste your secret key right here with no string, nothing. Just paste it right there. And then from here, I'm going to close this terminal once we're done with that, or once the installation's finished. I'm going to close this terminal so you have more space, close the Explorer, and under create core controller, we can put a comma and add a callback function in here. So we're going to destructure out Strapi, and we're going to do an arrow function and return, and we can say async create CTX, like so. So by doing this, we have access to the Strapi API. So basically, if we want to access some of the values that already exist in Strapi, we can use this particular value. And this async create function allows us to modify this API endpoint, and we'll have our own custom functionality on top of what Strapi provides. So it's very convenient. All right, and then from here, we're going to say products, username, and email. So that's what we're getting from the front end that we sent. So we're going to say ctx request.body. So if you take a look in the checkout, we are sending username, email, and products, and we're sending it to the API orders endpoint. And that's how we're grabbing this value from the request.body. And inside this, we're going to do try, and we're going to do catch. So if you don't know about try and catch, make sure you understand what's happening. But basically anything, any logic over here, we're going to attempt to try. And if it doesn't work out, it's going to catch the error. So anytime this part errors out, this is going to happen. So in our try block, we're going to say we are going to retrieve item information first. So now on the front end, just FYI, we have the price, and we could send the total price that Stripe would need. However, that is not safe because the user or someone who can manipulate the API endpoints, they could send their own price and set their own count as well, so they can manipulate that information. So what you have to do is grab the price information from the backend, so they have no way of manipulating that. So it's just a little security tip. So we're going to say line items, and we're going to await promise.all. So basically, what we're going to do is grab each product. We're going to cycle through each product, grab the pricing and different information for each product, and we are going to use that information to send to Stripe. All right, so we're cycling through products. We're going to use promise.all, which allows us to do multiple asynchronous calls. And we're going to say item is equal to await Strapi. So this is how we're grabbing the information from the Strapi service. And we're going to say API : item dot item. So this is how we are grabbing our orders, or not orders, but our items stored in this particular model. And we're going to say find one, and we're going to grab product ID. So this essentially gives us all our products. And then I have line items copied there for some reason. And under this, I'm going to save it. And under item, I'm going to do return. I'm going to return an object. And we are going to add price data in a particular way. And in here, I'm going to set currency of USD, product underscore data of name, and item dot name, comma, unit amount, item dot price times 100, comma, quantity, product dot count. Okay, and let me explain. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're like, where is this coming from? Why are you setting up it this way? So we're grabbing the item and we're placing and formatting the item.name, item.price in this particular object. So we're grabbing each of these products. We're returning an object that looks like this. Now you think, where am I getting this object structure from? So this is coming from the Stripe documentation. So there are two things you want to be, there are a couple things you want to be looking at. So Stripe has two types of payment flows that you can do. One is the pre-built checkout, which is what we're going to do. It's basically, if you go to checkout, they're going to have this pre-built. This is what we're going to be using. This is a pre-built checkout page that Stripe provides you. And it's the easier solution. Otherwise, you can go and click at this page in the documentation or in the description link. There, you have a link to this page if you want. Check out. You can go to custom payment flow, and they give you all the code if you want to customize your own page. But for us, we're using pre-built checkout, so this makes it easier. So this is just called a Stripe checkout, whereas custom payment flow, you would use React Stripe, which is another package, and that's how you would configure your own Stripe application. Now, also there's one last thing I want you to be aware of, and I got confused when I was looking at it. There used to be something called the payment intent API. Don't be using that because that is a little different from checkout and it's deprecated. So you want to make sure you're either using the pre-built checkout page or the React Elements custom payment flow. So make sure you are fully aware of that. And now there's a lot of documentation and it's easy to get intimidated with Stripe, but as a developer, you're going to have to learn how to handle the APIs, and it's not as intimidating as you think. Here is provided all the code on Stripe with the server code and the app code. You just have to take the time to look at each one of this and figure out what you need. And the information that I have found, and the reason why I was able to find the things I needed, is that you can go to Stripe API reference, and if you need more details about session and this is not enough, which happened to me, you can go down, look at the create session. This is the API reference, and you can see everything that you can pass into checkout sessions create. So a lot of what I'm going to fill out is coming from this API reference, especially this part, the line items is what we've created. So we created price data, and inside this we're showed child parameters over here. We gave it product. We gave it product data, which is the name. We gave it unit amount, and we gave it a quantity as well over here. So this is where I'm getting this reference. So I will show you how we are going to pass this in next. So we're going to say create a Stripe session. And in here, I'm going to do const session, and I'm just going to use what was on the previous pages I showed. So stripe.checkout.sessions.create. And in here, I'm going to pass in payment method underscore types, and we're going to pass in card because that's the type of payment that we want them to do. We're going to pass in customer email, and we're going to pass in email as well. We're going to say mode is going to be payment. We're going to say success URL. So this one is relevant to our front end. So we want to make sure that we're sending the user to the right page. And in our case, we're going to do localhost 3000 checkout/success. So that is configured. If you go back to client, we're going to go to our source, we're going to go to app, and we're going to say checkout success. That's what we want the user to redirect to. So this is what is being configured. Stripe will help you redirect it. And then you also need a cancel URL. If it gets canceled, we're just going to send them to localhost, but you can set up your own cancel URL if you want to. And finally, we need the line items. So this actually includes, let me make sure I spelled that correctly. This includes the products and the list that we've created. So line items represent this list of objects that we've just created over here, and we formatted in the way Stripe would want. So I know it's quite intimidating when you look at APIs like Stripe, but just take a deep breath, look at it, and just go through it one by one, and you'll be able to figure it out in no time. And with that, we want to, after we create the Stripe session, so that processes the payment, we want to create the item in our backend. So this is going to be relevant to Strapi, and we want to create an actual order automatically. So instead of manually inputting into the admin UI that we saw with Strapi, we are going to automatically create an order via code in this time. So we're going to say API : order. So we're going to create an order via this, and we're going to say create, and we're going to pass in data : username. Actually, this should be curly braces. Username, products, and Stripe session ID should represent the session.id that we added, and we're going to save that. That should be creating the item. And finally, all we have to do is we're going to return the session ID afterwards. So we're going to return ID session ID because you need the ID on the front end to use. And finally, I'm just going to catch the errors. We're just going to say ctx.response.status of 500 if something goes wrong. And we're just going to say return an object with an error saying that we have a message. There was a problem creating the charge, like so. And with that, we have fulfilled our Strapi backend. That should be it with Stripe. Go back to checkout, by the way. We saw this on-click set active step. I noticed that we should probably just delete this for the next one so it doesn't go back. So we're going to save it, and now we can going to check our test flow, our payment flow. So I'm just going to add 2 of these. I'm going to add 1 of these. Go to our shopping bag. We can go checkout, and I'm just going to add random names. We didn't add proper validation, so none of this really matters. But I just want to make sure right here you have to add a proper email format because Stripe does check that. You can write whatever random number. As long as the email is correct, this will work. So we're going to hit place order, and we're going to be taken to our checkout page. And here I filled this information out. Just FYI, Stripe provides you with a fake credit card that will always work. And you can find this if you go to pre-built checkout down here. You can see that it shows payment succeeds. So this credit card will always work. If you want it to require authentication, then you use this and decline. So these are test credit cards that will always work. Don't worry, it won't give you money. So if I go back and I go here and I hit pay, I filled it with random information. Doesn't really matter as long as you have the credit card. You can hit pay. I'm just gonna say exit out, and it's gonna take us to the checkout success page. Now all we gotta do is fill out this page. So I'm gonna go back to our code, go in here. We're gonna go to checkout, and we're gonna fill this confirmation page out. And this should be pretty simple. I'm gonna keep this very simple so we don't deal with kind of annoying things. So we're gonna say box alert title from @MEY/material. So we're gonna add that. And inside our component, we're gonna add box, and we're gonna say margin of 90 pixel top and bottom of auto, left and right, with a width of 80% and a height of 50 viewport height. And I'm going to close this box like so. And inside this box, I'm going to say alert severity equals success. And we're going to say alert title success. And we'll say you have successfully made an order. Give it an empty space so that on the next line we can say congrats on making your purchase. And that was it. That was everything you need to make for an e-commerce app. I know this was quite long. We had everything built in over here. We created the carousel, the slideshow. We have a products list section with filtering, with grid and responsive interactions over here. We can go in, create these small spaces as well, and increase the space of width. We created the email, subscribe, and the footer. We went and created an individual item page that we can go in. We can write related products description. We can customize our information. We even added functionality where we can add to our cart as well. And we can change our cart menu modal like this. We can go to the checkout page. We can have lots of validation happening over here. Actually, not validation, but rather form inputs. And you can customize your validation if needed. And we can have same for shipping address if we want to, or if we not want to. Then we can hit next, and we can write our email over here, our phone number. We can place the order as well, which will take us to Stripe integration, and we can fill out the information with a fake test credit card from Stripe. We can hit pay, and we can make our order with the Stripe flow, and it'll take us to a success page on our website. With this, we have our fully built application e-commerce from scratch, and we used so many different technologies that you would use at any kind of job or for your client. So we used React, React Redux Toolkit, we used Formik for our form, Yup for our validation, we used responsive carousel for the slideshow that we created. We use Strapi for a backend to grab different images, store our images, organize it, and then we use Stripe for our payment integration, and then we used Material UI for all our styling. So you have done so much, and again, if you've gone through this and maybe other videos I have created, I'm so glad you are able to stick around. You are a much better developer building these type of applications. Even if you feel overwhelmed, there's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of moving pieces, a lot of elements, but by going through and sitting through and tolerating a lot of this development, you're building your skills to becoming a better developer. And again, feel free to use this application in any of your portfolio or just pieces of code. You can use everything on this application, including the images. The images are free. The design is something I've created, so you are free to use the design as well. With that being said, please like, comment, subscribe. It is not that difficult to do so, but I spent a long time building this application, designing it from scratch, planning everything out. So I hope you can just like, comment, subscribe. It helps me out a lot, and I'll continually build these applications. So I'll see you next time.